since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. There must be something wrong. I guess I felt.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to week number 2, day number 3, the final day of competition here at Ostrava in the Czech Republic. The women's free program coming up in just a few moments. Mark, do we have any surprises? Did you feel there were any surprises coming out of the short program?
I was probably not a surprise to have seen 2 Japanese women leading the field, and Wada and Uezono totally justify their place. But what's exciting to see is Stefania Gladki from France in 3rd place. We have a Hungarian skater in 5th place and a Slovakian skater in 6th place. So the top flight in this women's free skate is going to comprise of different skating nations, and I think that's really encouraging.
And you mentioned yesterday there's some really good skaters in the middle of the pack that made a couple technical mistakes but have brilliant programs as well. So we enter the free program, 38 women from 33 nations, and the free program starts right now. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Ostrava, Czech Republic, the final day of competition in week number 2 on the ISU Junior Grand Prix. I'm Ted Barton, along with my friend and colleague and investigator, Mark Hanratty, and we enter day number 2. We have more energy today, don't we, Mark?
Yes, eager and excited to see the culmination of a great week of skating. And yes, investigative duties are underway for those competing in Bangkok next week.
Well, we had a long day yesterday, but what fun it was as we fly over the arena here in Ostrava to have Jason Brown join us in the broadcast of the final 2 groups of the men as we take a look at the judges for this event and, of course, the technical panel as well. And having Jason Brown was just absolutely a delight, because not only because he is one of the most brilliant skaters I've seen, he's really one of the most kind and down-to-earth and feet on the ground type of guy.
And I think one of the takeaways that I really appreciated from our discussion with Jason as we see the starting order for the women's free skate is the honesty that he showcased when he was talking with us, just acknowledging that there were times when he had tough patches and times when he had self-doubt, or times when people perhaps made him feel less than. And I just really appreciate his honesty in discussing matters like that, and his desire to share with the skaters the need to have your own self-worth.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just brilliant. Yesterday, I was talking to you. We were talking together. We were going, okay, yesterday, my brain and my lips were not in sync. So my lips would be saying something, and my brain would be going, what are you talking? What? You know? So today, if we're a little slow, yesterday was a long day. It was 12 and a half hours, I think. But we feel better today.
Yeah, and I think it's just, as we see the name Valeska Martina Ona Proano, who opens the women's free skate, just to me, it's mind-blowing that you, Ted, used to cover the entirety of the Junior Grand Prix series all by yourself, and each and every single event.
Well, I thought I was sane at the time, but now I realize I was insane. I don't know how I did it, probably not very well, but we did, because just like the skaters, when you have a mission and you have a passion and you're determined, you do what you have to do to get it done. And we wanted to provide a platform for the young juniors, a safe platform for the young juniors to get feedback, get encouragement, get some inspiration. So I'm glad I was dumb enough to do. I didn't know how to word that properly, but to have the determination to do it. But now I'm overjoyed to have you beside me because you are truly a detective, an investigator, and you gather information and stories, and you have wisdom in your own story as well. Your own personal story in the sport is so valuable because your commentary comes from your heart and from your experience. And and I approve. Boom.
Yeah,
I just stamp of
thank
approval.
you, thank you. Well, it's interesting, on the back of that, one of the questions that had come in to the International Skating Union from @ren.skara was, what do you think of the art and craft of other commentators who also commentate in figure skating?
Wow, was that did you make that up?
No, it's legit.
Are you sure?
Well, today's a sentence. So.
Okay, just repeat that question. I know what it means. I just want to hear it again.
What do you think of the art or the craft of other commentators who commentate on figure skating?
Okay, so I think in all fairness to every single commentator that has ever commentated on the sport, you are a product of your environment, as we know with families. So it depends on the era in which you grew up and the state of commentary, not just in figure skating, but in other sports as well. What did society promote? What did society allow? What did society need in regards to the sensationalism of a sport or a moment to draw a bigger audience? Let's go back to Harding and Kerrigan. I mean, that was a baseball bat on a set of knees that made millions and millions of dollars for broadcasters and everything. And was that sport? No, that was not the sport. It was something around the sport. The controversy of judges, so that judge is cheating and this and that, all the stories on television. That was not sport. That was around the sport or in the sport, right? So the challenge now, and I feel, I'm going to say this is, never said this on air ever, so this is something that's quite bold. I was involved with the judging system as we developed it. I completely 100% still do believe in why we did what we did, and that was to reduce the subjectivity, not eliminate it, reduce it, and have a fairer system for the athletes and less controversy about the judge and who did this and who did that. We accomplished that. The problem is we also removed the controversy.
Yeah.
We've also removed the magazine type of shows about, you know, the drama of this and that, and people who there's podcasts out there and, you know, about the people like the sensationalism and what dress they wore and all that kind of stuff. I don't criticize that. It's just not my style, and it's not what we do here, what we do. So a lot depends on the era and on social and society of the time. And so, yeah, I didn't really answer the question, but I just gave you some info.
Well, it's some fascinating information now, and I admire also the bravery and the bold statement that now the system that is in place now removes some of the drama. And previously, when judges only had to input two scores, a technical score and a presentation score, then they could hide behind their scores a little bit more, whereas now they have to justify every input.
Well, the judges in that time were either the villain or they were, you know, the sensational queen who gave the 6.
Yeah.
Or, you know, gentleman who gave the 6.0.
Yep.
So they became part of the star thing. And I don't criticize that. I just analyze it. It was a different time in our life and a different time in our sport. And so we are where we are today. And it is all about the athlete. But when we make it all about the athlete, sometimes we may lose all the other, you know how you have those reality TV shows.
Yeah, you love a drama.
Some of them are made up,
yeah,
but they're all drama, and people get attached to that. To me, it's, in some cases, negativity. We have the purity of the sport here. So we've gained for the athlete, in the name of the athlete. We've lost, perhaps, in the name of the viewers to a certain degree. Just a personal opinion. I could be completely wrong, and people could completely disagree with me, but that's it. There you go.
And we've actually, when we come back to it in the next one, we've talked about some of the great commentators, and Tracy Wilson was part of our discussion.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, it's really, really cool. Okay, we get to work here. It's not work, it's play. We enjoy it. We love it. Mark, here we go.
And here, taking to the ice, Valeska Martina Ona Proano. And Valeska will skate to Young and Beautiful by Lana Del Rey.
A nice interpretation at the end of the free skate for Valeska Martina Ona Proano, who I think looks so much more comfortable and at home here in performance. And
Agreed.
I don't know if it was Jason that mentioned the word yesterday, integrity, or something that's come up between us over the last few days, but certainly Valeska to me skates with integrity and more assurity than I remember seeing her previously with on the Junior Grand Prix.
Yeah, she looked calm and more controlled today and more enjoying the moment. I think that for skaters at this stage of development, she's got relatively easier elements, of course, but that's where she's coming in, and she's hoping to skate her best, where she is at in her career. And I think she did a really nice job of that and felt the music as well. And that is the experience. That's what makes it at the juniors special. This young skater is from Ecuador. It's not a skating nation, at least at this point.
No, and Valeska, as we look back at some of the sections from her free skate, there were some good attempts at transitional content. I like the choreo sequences. We see this double flip Euler, double salco.
Here's the choreo sequence.
Well, I'm so glad you caught that.
Thank you.
And this is difficult, the side spiral, and this had musical intent. There was armography as well, and then she did the catch spiral with the blade coming over her head. This is difficult to do on the right forward outside edge.
I love the word armography.
Yeah.
Did you just make that up? It's not a real thing, is it?
I don't think so, but it's something that I think definitely needs to make it into the dictionary.
No, it's good. How about legography and armography and headography? I like it.
Keep going.
And we got a new language. That's cool. This is very special. A skater from Ecuador in South America here at the Junior Grand Prix. This is bigger than the story, just the program. This is the expansion of the sport worldwide into countries that, what is an ice rink?
Yeah. And I love the fact that it appears, I don't know, I haven't chatted to Valeska and her coach whilst they've been here, but it just seems more assurity in the experience, having had an experience before and being more akin to what is expected and the environment. And hopefully that in turn, when there are less variables that are new to contend with, has allowed them to enjoy this experience in Ostrava as they proudly wave their flag.
Yeah, no question. They know they're speaking to their nation as they drape themselves in their flag, and to those pioneers in Ecuador that are thinking of the sport of figure skating as a fascination, as a passion, as something that's not known, but they hope to ingrain it into their community and into their culture. 41.85 for Leska, first skater out. 62.38 for the competition. Numbers don't matter. Participation in this case certainly does, and some experience gain, and hopefully some inspiration for young skaters back in Ecuador.
Next to skate, representing Romania, Natalia Runcanu.
And now to the 14-year-old in 37th place after this short program, Natalia Runcanu. And Natalia will open with the first triple of the event, hopefully. Natalia Runcanu, a skater who has a sixth of the year with no ice rink, and yet she appeared fit physically towards the end of this program, and particularly impressive to me that despite some falls early on in the program, Natalia dug deep, fought hard, and came back strong.
This was her skating for her. And she was focused on trying the triple flip, trying the triple sow, trying all that. She was on a mission to experiment and see, let me try the harder elements in competition and see how I cope with this. This is a great learning experience as we watch the triple sow cow at the top of the program. It's going to be under-rotated, but that's you're kind of irrelevant in a way. She needs to try it and get it in competition and then begin to perfect it later on in the year. There's another triple sow that's downgrade. No, it's actually under-rotated fall. And there's the triple flip. And that, of course, will be downgraded. That's okay, but the effort was there. The technique is pretty good.
Yes.
It's just the strength to pop up into the air, and the tight rotation position is not always there, but the basic mechanics are pretty well organized.
You can just see, look at Simona, the coach, encouraging and pushing Natalia at the end of the program to maximize everything she possibly can. And to me, just so impressed there to see the investment of the coach, because the coach committed to their student. Doesn't matter, 37th place after the short program maybe, but they're invested in the athlete and the human for where they're at.
Can I help this athlete make an improvement, come off the ice feeling good about what they did? What's my role in that? And I think this team has done that. So remember, for those people watching this is not about the final group, the triple, let's triple toe, the triple, the medals and all that. We'll get to that. This is the storyboard of junior skating, and this is what we see, and the growth of the sport worldwide. Skater here from Romania. Of course, we've had Romanian skaters before and some very good ones over history, but not many.
And now, great to see that there is a coach who is willing to take their students to the United States of America, as Simona, the coach, has done, willing to outsource education so that they can then make this next generation. And indeed, Simona had explained that they're positive and confident that with small steps, they can keep progressing and try to be competitive with athletes from strong countries with better resources.
That's true. You just quietly go do your work and climb up the ladder behind, chase down the people that's in front of you, right? You have to be strategic, patient, but determined.
And now for Natalia, she's working triple flip, probably motivated this year because that's the jump in the short program.
Yeah.
But this is a skater who's used to doing multi-rotational jumps, and she's going to learn so much from this alongside her coach. And then together that alliance returns to their training rink, not just for the support of Natalia's development for next season's Junior Grand Prix, but also to others younger than her.
So the mission of the coach and the mission of the skater collide for 55.05 first so far with a 78.80. Natalia is the second skater out in this competition.
On the ice, representing Andorra, Andrea Pazos.
And now to the skater representing Andorra, 16 years old, Andrea Pazos Guerra. And she skates to music by Ludovico Einaudi. Andrea Pazos Guerra from Andorra completes her free skate. A skater, some attention to detail within the music as the Andorran flag is proudly waved ringside. And Andrea can now systematically, after this Junior Grand Prix, her first Junior Grand Prix experience, as coach and choreographer Daniel Panado greets her ringside, can utilise all of the feedback from the judges here. You can see some good presentation at the start of the programme, starting to storytell a little bit. And here with this double toe into the axle, the judges will give a feedback based on that, and it comes in at 0 in the grade of execution, so no negatives, no positives necessarily, and all of that contributes towards feedback so that she and Daniel can assess what needs to be done moving forward. There's such detail now on the PDF form for the skaters as we look at the choreo sequence. Good knee slide. And comfort with a level of comfort across the ice. We can see as we see the finished position, just the definition and clarity, the refinement of each individual aspect of her skating now, which can be honed and refined following this competition.
Yeah, and Mark, you can see at the stage of development this young woman is at. It's cautious a little bit slower, but wanting to be precise with technique and get a positive experience. The feel of doing double jumps in the program, and as she says, I'm ready now to go a little faster, pull in a little bit tighter. Let's experiment with this. So sometimes these competitions are milestones. For where you are in your pathway, and you say, okay, I'm tired of doing this, I need to go, and you need this, right? So everybody has a different experience here and maybe different goals. So let's take a look at the free program scores for Andrea. Patiently waiting. When they announce the name, they announce the scores, then there's nothing. Then there's nothing. Yeah. And then you're going, are they changing anything?
You said it was ready.
Hopefully giving me more. 51.85 for Andrea. That's second in the free program early on in the competition, of course. And total competition score of 78.13. And that will put her currently into second place.
Next to skate, representing Brazil, Elena Catherine Mills.
And now to the Brazilian representative, Elena Catherine Mills. She showcased a wonderful presentation in this short program, a smile radiant across her face in this short program 2 days ago. Now skating to Autumn Leaves. Elena Catherine Mills, the 16-year-old representing Brazil, particularly in the midsection of the program, maybe want to dance.
Yeah, you know, pretty cool. You could see her really wanting. She picked that music. She likes that music, and I think that she wanted to really let go, and she did to a certain degree. But when she feels a little bit more stable on her feet and a little bit of skating skills, she'll really let go. She's got that in her. You can see it.
You know, in the national dance of Brazil, I think is samba. And there was some samba-style movement for Elena in the midsection of the program. Here you can see more sensitivity to the slower music. And in terms of the components, the presentation should be high as a result of that awareness, as we see an at least under-rotated, I think, downgraded.
Yeah, downgraded triple sal. But good for her to get that in competition, to try it. Double axel, tight edge, but gets it done. And that is clean in the system, or on the quarter, pardon me. And you can see here, as she moves along in the program, just some presentation transitions. There's the double flip, double loop, and step out. Not enough speed going into and through the air, as we see some choreo steps, which were pretty well controlled. Those knee slides, not easy to do for sure.
And as in the short program, as we see the Ina Bauer, the double clap here, little toe step, this definite awareness of the musical sensitivity.
Yeah, and her choreographer would want her to do it more, bigger, louder claps, bigger arms, reach out into the building. But certainly she's doing it. Could use a little bit more, but it's coming along really rather nicely.
Choreographer listed as Karen Kwan, one of America's great senior women. He's working along Mary Reyes for Elena on the coaching team. And I just love that Elena, at 16 years old, had the self-confidence to project, and the self-confidence that both in the short program and in this free skate wasn't holding back and expressing.
Yeah, and you can be a little bit timid if you're not strong yet in your skating skills and comfort in performance. 61.50, that is first in the free program with a 91.58 for Elena Catherine Mills from Brazil, as she takes the lead early on in the competition. There's a little break in here, eh? I think we have to fill our dead air. What are we going to say? I mean, there's the leaderboard. Here we go.
And now, from one 16-year-old to another, Sofiia Ekzarkhova. Who will need 59.84 points with this free skate to maintain her lead over the others at this stage. So Sofiia Ekzarkhova, representing Ukraine, has previously had much more difficult technical content, but I don't know all the stories of all the athletes, but a skater who comes from Ukraine, who has a piece of music with vocals, "I Can't Change the World," just to me nothing but respect for her continuing to push herself in the competitive arena, despite presumably some of the huge challenges that she faces.
Yeah, no question. And conditioning might be one of those challenges, not having enough ice time, I'm not sure. But as Jason Brown talked about yesterday in the broadcast, that when you get tired and you start to muscle, the program becomes twice as physically difficult because of having to recover from a mistake. And pushing. If you're not in shape, then you need to. No, I'm not saying she's not in shape, but I'm just saying that if you're getting tired, then your technique is so much more important because your strength may not be there. So, but you had some good elements in the program. We saw the triple salto, double toe, good quick pull in. And we saw the wild camel spin here. And then she finally got back in. Yeah, exactly. And here's the choreo sequence. As well, what do you think about the choreo sequence? Why the ISU has it in here? I mean, I like it personally. It's beautiful.
I love the fact that we have choreo sequence for the juniors in the free skate, opportunity to have some sustained, prolonged edges rather than pack in so many different turns as per the step sequences. We see the lack of rotation, and just at this point in time for that Sako, obviously the energy was not there.
The fatigue was, to get the quickness in the rotation. And that was Jason's point. We've talked about that as well. And many of these skaters don't have the same facilities or ice time, so their conditioning might be a little less than other athletes, particularly early in the season. Now, I watched the last group on the warm-up, on the practice session, before this event started, and that isn't an issue for those teams. They were doing a full run-through in practice on the day of competition with the triple axel. Okay, one of them. But yeah, that was fun.
And as we see Sophie here in the kiss and cry, you can see and sense the compassion from her coach towards her now, who's probably so much more mindful than we are of what they've gone through of late to get towards this event.
60.02 for Sophia in that second of the free program with a 91.77. And for the moment, Sophia will take over first place. There can be completely different goals for each one of these athletes, surrounded by circumstances which we don't even know about.
And truly, of course, everybody wants to have their best skate, as we see the next group of women taking to the ice, but just getting out there, that in itself is huge. If I just think, for me, I choose not to. I don't compete anymore, but just the enormity.
We barred you from it.
Yeah. Nobody wants to see that. But the enormity of just being prepared, it takes. For me to consider, even doing a junior free skate with doubles, I who have skated all my life, and if I want to go next year for the junior, if I was wanting to go out next year, and it would take me 12 months to get a full set of doubles just to get through 3.5 minutes without being utterly exhausted.
And I refuse to comment on you.
Oh, absolutely. I'm glad.
No, our next skater. No, but it's a very good point, Mark. And I would ask any of the viewers who can at times be maybe a little bit more critical than necessary to think about, could they step on the ice in front of hundreds of thousands of people around the world watching them, have a warm-up, everybody get off the ice and you're the only one on the ice, and then you look over to your left and you see 9 or 10 people staring at you, and then you're going, there's no one else here, they're looking at me only. This is not easy to do, and I know youth blissful, or ignorance is blissful, because they don't really think of it that way, but that is part of the reality. So they have courage and they have determination, and I respect it because I've been through it myself. And for other people who haven't been through it, you need to try to imagine yourself on that ice yourself and maybe have an appreciation for the challenges that they go through.
Well, it's interesting when we reference, obviously, we've spoken at length about the Shape Hearts campaign to try to remove the toxicity and the trolling and the abuse that we have seen online. And I was tagged.
We're never going to remove it. What we're going to do is empower these athletes to stand up against it. That's the point.
And yes, and I'm so glad that we have the voice to speak, because on social media I was tagged in that post, and so then I received some notifications, and I saw a comment from somebody who was degrading the athletes and the Junior Grand Prix, and I thought, wow, how fascinating that you can't read the room to recognise that we don't want to see that. And I take the person's point. They're suggesting that the standard wasn't as they think it should be, and I thought, gosh, what utter ignorance that comment has. And so to me, whilst I do not choose to judge a person,
you just did.
I'll judge that. I'll judge your utter ignorance. To we have skaters, as we have seen already. We have skaters that have performed from Andorra, Ecuador, Brazil. We've got a skater who's just performed from Ukraine, who has presumably people. Unless you're living under a rock, they're having different life experiences coming into this event.
People that make those comments don't know the meaning of courage. They may not have it in their own life. I feel sorry for them if they don't have that in their life. This is courageous to do what these young skaters do. So the point is that this organization and this group of people and coaches and parents and everybody stand up and say what you want to say. We don't care. We don't listen to it.
Yeah.
We don't care. We're going to ignore it. Do what you're going to do. You're not going to affect us. And that is the message here. And to strengthen these young people in their pursuit of their dream and life.
And
not that I feel passionate about it at all.
Yeah,
I do.
And as we see these earlier groups who obviously aren't as strong as those that will come later in the field, but that helps to serve our greater appreciation for what is to come. In the same way as if we just take some context, today we've been talking about Don Jackson, the world champion in the early 1960s,
Yes.
and I saw his triple lutz at that event. We would now pull apart that technique differently. If that was to be performed here, we could critique it much differently because we have a different perspective, and we just have to have perspective when we
remember that comment, because we did a series we're doing a mini series on Don, and he talked about a story before the Olympic Games, and all the competitors on the ice out skating figures outside, and he yelled to one of his competitors, "Hey, your loops are not lined up." And the guy turned around and said, "Oh, hey, thanks, Don. There's no problem." So, but the guy ended up to beat Don in the figures. He said, "It's okay. We were all friends. We all supported each other." And that community at that time, that was how purely honest and supportive they were of each other. And I think to a large degree, particularly, in certain categories, they're the athletes are very supportive of each other.
Well, it's interesting in the documentary that you've been working on, Ted, this athlete who was a world champion acknowledged, he supported his competitor. It consequently potentially helped his competitor to beat him in that aspect of the competition. But then, beyond that event, he said, "Oh yeah, he comes out, he's visited me in Canada, and they've made a friendship."
Yeah.
And now when we see ringside in the venue, as we are in Ostrava, I see people that now I competed against, but we chat and we're friends.
Yeah.
And that's a wonderful thing for these athletes now to be forming connections.
It's the power of community, and that's what we want to strengthen and not allow. Anybody can have their opinions, no problem. Knock yourself out, but not to affect these people. So
well, we'll verbally knock you out if you come back.
Yeah. now.
Chill out more. Other questions that have come in, and one of which from Artistic L. Does Ted really control the replay?
The answer is yes. I have a little panel. It's called a stream deck. It's in front of me. I've got set in, set out, put up the playlist. I got slow motion replay to 100%, 75%. Well, that's not slow motion 100, but 75%, 50%, and 33%. Delete them, cut them. We do the same thing. Yeah, we do. Okay. Are they bad? Are you? Am I missing something?
I was just reading some of the other. We've got more great stuff to discuss in the next warm-up.
Here we go.
And now to Charlotte Jennis, whose coach is listed as Marianne Jansen and choreographer Adam Sawyer, and she will skate to Sira. Charlotte Jenness completes her pre-skate.
That was interesting because it's a good example of an athlete who's quite strong but got tired. And when she got tired, the shoulders started to drop, the arms started to lower, but she held her reserves for the double axel near the end of the program. She started out the program really well. Some good, strong technique. Not a lot of transitions, a lot of basic skating between elements. That's okay. That's where she's out of this part. There's the triple lut with its under rotation in the judging system. That's okay. It's a good accomplishment. There's double lutz, double toe, double loop off the top as well. So she was pretty fresh and had the energy at the top of the program. We'll see a little bit later. There's a triple sow, double toe loop. We'll see when the arms start to drop right in here, I think. And here's a triple loop attempt, or double loop, pardon me, and double axel. No, it's after this. And just getting a little tired there. The free leg didn't punch back fast enough. There's a double sow cow, and you can see things starting to go in the middle part of the bodies. That's just analytics and just analyzing it. And now the arms start to drop right in here, and we'll see the double axel. This was a good jump takeoff, but all of a sudden the posture is starting to break down a little bit. But still good, but starting to break down.
Yes, I love the attack with the arms and the free leg on the left forward outside edge of the takeoff.
Yeah.
Double axel for Charlotte. She's really committed to her axel. Not everybody's as committed as she is on an axel takeoff. And great to see her smiling in the kiss and cry. A skater who has scored over 70 a few times at some smaller international events in the later part of last season. But in terms of her junior Grand Prix events, her personal best is just 63.51. But you could see when you look on the skating scores, you can see the progression of the scores throughout the season. And so this is a better starting point for Charlotte than she was at last year.
Yeah, exactly. And she should beat that 63.51, that's for sure. She's strong, she's powerful, and as you mentioned, that takeoff, that double axel was beautiful. She just pulled the both arms back and the free leg and then snapped them up into the air and pulled it.
If Charlotte can give the same quality on landing position as she could on takeoff, then I think the grade of that double axel, the grade of execution of that double axel would be really positive.
And many other skaters too.
Yeah,
it's the same thing. That's the hard. People think it's the jumping part is the hard, the takeoff. It's not. It's the landing, the checking out. When do I open up? When do I pull my free leg back? How far am I from the ice right now? Because if I'm too high and I start too early, then I'm going to over rotate. Or if I start too late, I'm just going to keep on spinning. And you can think like that. You don't have time. It's instinctive and it's muscle memory. But the jumps sometimes go a little higher than you normally do, or a little lower. And this is why the mistakes can happen so unexpectedly. Well, 68.56 for Charlotte Jen from Belgium. That is first in the free program with a 101.96. And that will put her currently in the first place. That 68 points is personal best for the season by 5. So good job. We look at the top 5 skaters so far early on in the competition. It's back down. Here we go.
And now to Minja Peltonen, who we saw landing a triple loop in the warm-up just a few moments ago. It's a difficult short program, but hoping to start her campaign in this free skate with that big jumping pass. Skating to summertime. Minja Peltonen, a skater who comes into this competition with some of the technical goods to be competitive, just not being able to stick many of the landings to give the tech score that she's so close to being capable of producing.
Yeah, I think fatigue also set in here. You can see once again the shoulder starting to go partway through the program, and it's so difficult to have the quickness and alertness going into a difficult element when the muscles are screaming at you like, you know, no, don't go. And so you just don't have control over your body like you did at the top of the program. This is normal, but as the season goes on, they'll get in better shape and have more stamina throughout the program.
And as we were talking about the quality of the landings, the skaters so often quick to move on because they're conscious there's so much to do as we see the triple loops.
Yeah, it's swingy free leg, but gets it down for the double toe double loop. So that was good work on the top of that. And there's the triple flip that is in It actually got that clean, interesting enough. It looked a little under-rotated, but what do we know? And there's the double axel. That was tired. She was tired going into that, but she just quickly snapped into rotation with good momentum, and that worked well.
And then we just saw some of the combination of turns leading into that spin, producing a difficult entry feature to conclude the program.
A really strong young woman, strong athlete, will work on finesse and will work on stamina. This is going to be a great help. Of course, she's strong enough to do all these elements all the way through the program, but shape is an important thing. The conditioning of, what did you say, 7 run-throughs? Who did that?
Last week, the winners of the event in the ice dance competition, Noemi Maria Talia and Noah Lafornara, they had a competition with their training mates to see who could do the most run-throughs. So maybe Minja and her training mates need to
Oh,
see
it was a
who's
competition.
gonna do.
I thought it was the coach making them do it.
No,
Okay.
it was an internal competition. So now we kind of raise the bar now back to Minja Peltonen and say, okay, who's going to, in your rank, do the most daily run-throughs?
There you go. That's a competition. That's a challenge for all the young skaters listening to this. Take that idea. Now, mind you, the problem is where you get the music for 7 times out of the session.
You need to have
That's gonna be
optimal ice time.
Exactly. But certainly multiple run-throughs are not for perfection. They're for conditioning and learning every scenario that you're going to be faced with fatigue. So you need to be able to do that. Let's take a look at the scores for Minja Peltonen from Finland, 67.15. That's second in the free program with a 101.12. And that'll put Minja currently into second place.
Difficult score for a skater capable of so much, but we'll see her again in Wuji. Look forward to seeing her.
Yeah, and I bet you we're going to talk about the conditioning. Wuji, that's going to be a good 5 weeks away. Or I don't know how many, but I think they're around 5.
On the ice, representing Turkey, Zeynep Naz Dogan.
And now, Zeynep Naz Dogan, 31st after the short program. And Zeynep skates to Tangera and Malagena. Zeynep Naz Dogan from Turkey, a skater who struggled through the skate. But that said, Ted, there were some little moments where she obviously showcases a love for performance.
Yeah, I'd have to say the same word again for many of these skaters early on is fatigue, and it sets in at different places. Some before the halfway mark, some in the halfway mark, and you can see it greatly affects them. And I feel for them because I've been through it myself more often than I would like to think, and it impacts you. It's sort of like being inebriated. You just don't have control on your muscles and the quickness, but you're faced with a jump, like a double axel here. Starting the program, gets it done because she's pretty quick and she's fresh. And there's the triple salchow, hangs onto that into the double toe loop. It's under rotated, double toe, and double flip, double loop, single loop. But then fatigue started to really set in, and there were a lot of mistakes that I didn't record. A lot of little mistakes, and it was all due to fatigue. Now, that is not a criticism. It's where she will work and improve as the year goes on.
And it's interesting because for Zeynep, you could, as I mentioned, there were moments, she's a lovely spread eagle, there was some transitional content and some smiles on her face. You can tell she loves her skating. Hopefully everybody here loves skating, but nobody really loves a run through.
Nobody loves to have to do something when you're tired.
No.
I mean, okay, I gotta walk to the grocery store, but I'm absolutely pooped.
Nobody
and
wants to do it.
I don't want to do it. Well, can I take the bus? But there's no bus. I gotta go, and then you have to do it. And it's you have to run that program, and we talked about that quite often. It's not so much the fear of competition in cases like this. It's the fear of having to run that program in competition, right?
And so then for Zeynep, who's joined by her coaches in the kiss and cry, how often can she do double run throughs, or what can she do to facilitate that fitness? And it was interesting, your comparison of like feeling inebriated for Zeynep. When you are in the latter half of a program, it's so hard for Zeynep and all the athletes to think clearly. Like you said, it's like being inebriated. Your brain, you're trying to send oxygen to your body when it's worked so hard. You can't have oxygen to your brain to even think that.
No, it's true. It affects not just the body, it affects the quickness of your thoughts. 53.10 for Zeynep, and that is 6th in the free program with a total competition score of 87.09, and that'll put her currently into 5th. And I'm most certain as we move along the Junior Grand Prix, we'll see the earlier athlete groups and the mid improve the condition, improve performance, we hope. The top groups, they're already there. They came 100% prepared and maybe had more time to get in shape.
And now to the youngest skater that we've seen thus far in the competition, just 13 years of age, Sofia Lamprinou. Wow, some incredible spins from Sophia Lamprinou with possibly the best spiral at this stage. It's a bold statement, but maybe the best spiral that we'll see in the entire event.
Yeah, and great transitions between the elements. Now, the elements are doubles, of course, and they're not her strongest yet, because I think she's going to get them strong. But what a beautiful overall performance, and calculated to be successful technically, to do what she's capable of doing, which is a little easier than we'll see in other skaters. But look at how aggressive she is between the elements. Here's the double axel. This is in with a downgrade. That's okay. It was good mechanics. There's the double Lutz, double loop. Great fight on that. But you can watch the quality of the landing position there, stretching the free leg, bending down. Look how aggressive she was on that. Those steps between the elements. I meant to show more of that. Look at that beautiful spiral.
Amazing.
Yeah, great flow. So she has wonderful quality of movement and posture and aggressiveness between the elements, picking up speed. And as she continues, when she's just 13 years old, you said the youngest one in the competition, as she continues on and uses the momentum for jumps, wow, watch out.
Yeah, and you know, this, as we see her into the flip, another skater who trains in a tiny ice rink, and perhaps that's aided Sophia's spin quality, but I think she's been well trained, well taught. Panyotis, her coach, has done a good job, and it's exciting to see if she can turn those doubles into triples next season, and then return and be able to, though, deliver as cleanly. She looks very well prepared. It's easier to do that when you've got double jumps to skate cleanly, but let's hope that we can see her with triple jumps.
If she uses the acceleration on the takeoff of jumps, like she uses the acceleration between the elements, you can see her dig in there and really move. And if she can explode on those takeoffs, it'll just carry her through the air a lot easier. But lots of abilities for this young lady, and she's got a big smile. Why? Because she skated a beautiful program for herself. The best she could do here. 66.52. That is third in the free program. That's okay, Sophia, because it was a beautiful program with a 102.20. And Sophia takes over the lead. There's the heart, and a good heart.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Happy kiss and cry.
On the ice, representing South Africa, Jasmine Coetzee.
And now to Jasmine Coetzee. She said her mum designs and makes all her dresses. What a good job mum has done. Last minute check in with the technique as she takes to her start position, skating to the Chronosphere by Danny Elfman. Jasmine Coetzee, who really appeared to attack. Such a shame about the change foot combo spin and the blip on the back camel there, because that was the kind of mistake that didn't necessarily seem from fatigue, just an unfortunate happenstance.
I didn't see the fatigue creep in.
No.
I saw her assertive and aggressive and have energy throughout the program. Mistakes, technical mistakes, not fatigue mistakes.
Yes.
The triple lutz fall at the top. The mechanics were good. So that's awesome. Triple toe, double toe. Triple sow on a big lean, but she hung on to that. So she's tripling these elements, and they're not always going to be there in competition, but she's doing a really good job. Here's the triple lutz. And
that was
on the heel. Didn't get all the way around, of course. It takes a fall. A hard one at that, at the top of the program. Triple sow on a lean right after that, but she hangs on. You have to learn to fight for those landings. There's the triple toe. This was nicely done up into the double toe loop. That was more organized, I would say, and timing was good. And a little bit later in the program, another triple sow cow. Another under rotations on the sow cows.
Did well, though, to stick, even though that just a single tulip that avoids her getting a repeat on that element and losing value, so she was smart there. Shame here, though, to have taken that fall. Again, I don't think a fatigue mistake, just...
No, I don't think so. I think it's just a matter of quickness into rotation and getting out. The checkout, when you're spinning so quickly, as we see the mistake on the spin here, when you're spinning so quickly in the air, and it's a fraction of a second, you have to open yourself up and check that free leg back in order to absorb the landing. And the time, sometimes you'll jump it higher, which means you can be a little slower and be okay. Sometimes you jump it lower, which means you have to be even faster to check out, but you never really know. And it's a assessment at the moment. Not an assessment, it's a reaction.
And Jasmine had explained obviously how much she's enjoyed studying and watching the Junior Grand Prix over seasons leading up to this. This now her debut on the Junior Grand Prix. It's saved on YouTube, and now this is a benchmark for her to move forward from, and hopefully we'll see it again next season.
And she did a great job. I mean, you can see her being able to do all these elements. It's not a problem.
No?
Yeah, much appreciated the effort and the work and smile. We see her right now, and mom and dad are probably back at home, watching this and so proud, maybe even with some tears as they see the journey of their young daughter working so hard in a country that doesn't have the luxury of hundreds of thousands of skaters, and she's chosen a sport that is not so well known in there, but she's pursuing a dream. And to watch your child, worldwide, on a worldwide broadcast, must be pretty special. 68.34 for Jasmine. That is second in the free program with a total competition score of 107.78 as she takes over the lead. And I think she just said, wow, over 100. And she is currently, at this moment, in first place. Nice job. Okay, Mark. Keep going. Job. Let's go.
Let's go.
Ice resurfacing. Okay.
First ice-free surface of the day, and as we see the current standings, we can look ahead to the videos that will be played out, and that will be the first of Mao Shimada, the World Junior Champion who won last week in Riga, and the interview that we had with her there. Then to the Mic'd Up series with Katerina Hanusova from Italy, and then Team Titanium, New Zealand's historic synchronized skating team who debuted at the ISU World Junior Synchronized Skating Championships earlier this year.
Interesting and a lot of fun to watch. Enjoy. We will be back.
Omedetou gozaimasu. Congratulations. So you were the expected favorite coming into this competition. Were you excited to start your new Junior Grand Prix campaign?
またこのジュニアグランプリシリーズにまた出ることができてとても嬉しく思ってます。
I think the skating community is very happy that Mao is back. Now I understand that your new free program is a Japanese piece of music choreographed by the brilliant Loy Nickel, and the theme is the 4 seasons of Japan. Is this right?
はい、合ってます。
Excellent. And I also understand that your short program to Wicked, you also went to meet the lead performer in Japan of Defying Gravity. Is that correct? I'm sure that was a huge inspiration if that was the case.
本当で、少し質問もさせてもらっていい経験になりました。
Fantastic, fantastic. Now, Mal, in this event, you're obviously the favourite. You're the two-time and reigning junior world champion, and you maybe did not need to push yourself as much to win the title here, but you chose still to include triple axel and quadruple toe loop. I understand also in practice you're aiming to push yourself even further. I gather you might be working on quad loops as well. Is that the case?
で、4ルーツも少し練習してるんですけど、まずはアクセルと4回転トーループが安定がまだしていないので、そこをメインに今年もやっていきたいと思います。
Amazing. Well, you've won 2 junior world titles already. I imagine that is the goal for the season. Do you have any other goals for the remainder of this season?
今シーズンももちろん世界ジュニアで優勝したいという気持ちはすごいあるんですけど、それより私は表現力も評価してもらえるようにしたいので、ジャンプだけではないところを見せていきたいです。
I think I just want to extend our thanks. I think the skating community is just so grateful and glad to see you back and wishing you all the success for the rest of the season.
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
Oddio, portare. Speriamo che oggi sorride. Mi ha abbinato, guarda. Sembra mio figlio. Ricordati di aprire sia la gamba che le braccia contemporaneamente. Molto meglio. Tanto, fai la prima. Lo fai subito e via. Forse è meglio così, meno sofferenza.
No, sto bene. È un freelance che dice... Ti vedo bene. A Vienna.
Quanto hai aspettato per questo opportunità?
Sei stato. Un anno, anche di più.
E sei finalmente qui?
Tirerò fuori tutto il sangue latino che so dentro.
Mi piace questo.
Io tiro fuori il mio sangue classico. Keep calm.
And figure skate. Sei qui finalmente, tesoro, vai tranquilla. Fai quello che riesci, ok? Divertiti. Ce la puoi fare, ce la puoi fare. Vai.
Look at that care. You can just sense that care and compassion.
Very interesting.
Dai, avanti. Sai che non ti ho mai visto sorridere tanto in gara?
Poi siamo partiti totalmente dimenticata.
Ah, sei partita bellissima. Vinta?
No, domani faccio una.
Uno solo?
No, due.
Pensa a quello che devi fare, non a quello che non devi fare. Credi in te stesso.
E non sbaglio mai.
Rimane così oggi? Oggi non sorride. Questo è buono.
Sì.
Adesso immagina se facevi anche la combinazione. Dove andavi?
Dai.
So we were all, when I told the team, like kind of like crying and like really excited because the goal has always been Junior Worlds, but it always seemed quite a little bit unrealistic and out of our reach. So. Good timing, good timing. We feel really proud to represent New Zealand at Junior Worlds, as obviously we're the first junior team to come here before.
So getting New Zealand out there is what motivates me. So it's really cool that to be a part of this, to be a part of the journey with this team. Because for us it's a New Zealand first, so it's really awesome to be a part of that journey.
We've always just competed against ourselves. There's no other junior team in New Zealand. And the first time we travelled was to Sydney for the Sydney Synchro Festival in September last year. So other than that, we've never really competed against other teams. So seeing other teams that are a bit like gobsmacked watching them and having competition for once. Doesn't matter what any other team does, all we can focus on is what we can do.
I think we've got a mixture of excitement and nervousness as well, because it's so different to what they've experienced at home and so different to Australia. So many more teams, so many more people, and the rinks here are huge. I think they're hoping to have a good, clean skate and to improve on their mark from Sheffield. I think that's what their main goal is.
I want them, and I really hope for them, that they can do the best that they have skated to date. We actually got personal bests a few weeks ago in Steel City Trophy for our short program, and I'm hoping that we can continue to make some more improvements and get a new personal best.
Just do the best that we possibly can. Have fun, make memories, show that, you know, it's possible that we can be here and we deserve to be here.
Please welcome on the ice from New Zealand team Titanium Junior.
Go, Rach, go, Rach, go! Go, 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 go!
I know you probably don't all feel 100% happy, but I'm really proud of you. And remember, you've never skated in front of a crowd like this, have we? How many times have we even skated against other teams? Once. No, this is our third. This is the third, okay? Third time we've ever skated against other teams. We've got free skate tomorrow. Now that you've had an opportunity to skate in front of the crowd, we can be more relaxed going into tomorrow and more confident. Yeah, okay? Well done. In 2022, we didn't qualify for New Zealand Nationals, so we didn't have any opportunity to go internationally because they won't let us travel if we haven't gained the correct TES in their what they've set. Despite that, we were able to do an exhibition skate at the National Championships and get some points for that, which was really hard for the team because that was their first year competing in junior, and we hadn't really done many competitions. They just treated it as if it was competing at national champs, and we worked harder. Next year, obviously, we got to nationals and now qualified for Junior Worlds, and here we are. We also only had 13 skaters at nationals, so since October we've gained 4 new skaters to meet the minimum requirements, and so yeah, I think they've shown a lot of resilience over the years.
It was a big moment for our team. Yeah, when we found out that we qualified to come to Junior Worlds, it was almost everyone was in tears, or it was just so emotional for all of us.
To see that Tracy's hard work and dedication has really paid off, we were really happy for her, and we were all crying because we were happy for Tracy.
if you want to achieve your goals, just keep persevering, work hard, keep pushing through. Like, nothing is unattainable, as we've learned, because we didn't think we'd be here, but here we are. The team's worked really hard. Just my message would be, just keep pushing through. No matter how hard times feel, it doesn't matter. There's always going to be a better day ahead.
The following skaters may not take the ice for the warm-up. From Spain, Gabriella. From Slovenia, Vita Kas. From Israel, Gabriella Grinberg. From Azerbaijan, Sabina Alieva. And from Cyprus, Varvara Abramkina.
Welcome back, everyone, to day number 3, week number 2 on the ISU Junior Grand Prix. We're here in Ostrava, Czech Republic. Group number 3 on the ice right now for their 6-minute warm-up in the women's free program. I'm Ted Barton along with Mark Hanratty, who just joined me just in time.
Only because I was a bad team player as part of this ISU media team, because I failed to collect Rosa's coffee despite the request, and that would make that 2 days consecutively.
Well, let's give you some credit. You did offer, and she did accept, and we did walk up there. But then as you get distracted by the little birdie and all sorts of things flying around, and people wanting to talk to you, and then you walk all the way back here.
And I'm like, expletive,
yeah, exactly.
and ran back up.
Yeah. and now you're sweating. But
We've got some great stuff coming in, Ted.
great stuff. You mean questions?
Great stuff, great questions, and great reactions to some of the favourite moments from those that were tuning in to watch the action yesterday on day 2 of this second Junior Grand Prix, and so many people acknowledging their appreciation and gratitude for Jason Brown's commentary.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
We totally agree, and we're grateful too. Wonderful one from @Madeline_Y, seeing my mum judge.
What?
How cool is that? So her favourite moments from yesterday, seeing her
Where's your
mum
mum
judge.
judge?
So her-
where? Okay, who? What?
So @Madeline_Y, she's obviously tuning in to the broadcast.
I know, but do we know which judge?
I do not know which judge. That I don't know.
Come on,
But I
Mark,
just
you're
love
the
fact that-
investigator around here.
Yeah, maybe I could. That's what I should have done. Contact her directly.
Okay.
Another one that's come in from @Anka_Cernica. Everyone cheering for Aiden Liu. Such a wholesome moment, and I think that you've mentioned previously on the broadcast, Ted, about one of your standout moments of coverage of the Junior Grand Prix. I think commentating on an Indian skater who was not competitive, but the reaction and support of the skaters in the arena.
I'll never
to it.
forget that. In all my life, I will never forget that competition in Yokohama, Japan. It was really, really special. But he was.
And so we share your sentiment, Anka. That was really wonderful to see, and so good to see that the skating community was supportive of all. Other standouts, Matthias Lindfor's choreography has been recognised by others watching the broadcast who have appreciated also how brilliant that was. And then a lot of love online for Patrick Blackwell.
Yeah, that's for sure. There was special moments, so let's just go back to Lindfor, because Jason Brown said I'm a fan. I'm a new fan, and you can bet that when he skates, Jason Brown will watch that video and he says, I can hardly wait to see that program again. He knows it was a tough skate for him. He knows that, but we saw the brilliance, and Jason can hardly wait to see that program again. So really good comment there.
And interesting, that leads into another question that we have had posted in from @Veronica LUHBSS. Which choreographer makes the best programs? And I replied to Teresa, who's directed this question over to us from the International Skating Union's Instagram, as oh my goodness, it's daunting for us to put names forward, but I think it's nice for us to be able to speak out for some of the choreographers who aren't perhaps as widely recognized. And there are some choreographers who we will repeatedly mention because they consistently and consecutively produce brilliant pieces of choreography.
And because they're asked to do so by these athletes on a regular basis, right? So, sorry, go ahead.
But it's nice to be able to shout out Monica Lindfor because she is listed, certainly, I presume she is the one who did it because her name is listed as the choreographer for Matthias, who he get the recognition, but she was the one that was
I also bet
mastermind.
that Matthias is his own choreographer too. Not his own, but he also contributes to the choreography. You can't do what he does without believing in it, without saying, well, let me try this and let me try that. And I think it's a great thought. And to mention the choreographers who, the people like we've had, like David Wilson's and Laurie Nichols and Sandra Beswick from years ago, and Benoit Richaud, of course. Once you start the list, you're going to miss a name, and people are going to be mad at you. No, people are going to be mad at you, whatever. The whole list of them, and we will mention them through the Junior Grand Prix, of course, as they're listed on the bios. But brilliant work by brilliant people, and the benefit goes to the athlete and to the viewers.
And the International Skating Union has its awards, and they do have an award for Choreographer of the Year. They have an award for Coach of the Year too. And I really hope is that everybody gets their recognition for their input and support of the athletes.
Yeah, I think it's a great initiative, the ISU Awards. I really do. And the audience gets to contribute their votes, of course. So, and the show is every year. It's been online. It was intended to be live in 2020. And then COVID came along, 2020 at the World Championships in Montreal. Then COVID came along and nixed that. They went online and they do a great show. I think Kurt Browning was a host last year. Also, Johnny Weir was it one year. He did a great job.
Yeah.
And, it's a lot of fun to watch. Okay. Now, what's the difference between Group 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 here?
So this is where obviously there may have been some skaters who've had standout, amazing short programs that have helped push them into a higher group, or perhaps some that have struggled, but definitely we can start to expect a higher difficulty in regards to the planned program content, or indeed better skating skills, more flow and more glide, as we see another 13-year-old take to the ice for Carlota Garcia Barranco. She will skate to the music from Cats. Well, Carlota Garcia Barranco showcasing how important it is to have good technique, because that opening triple toe fall sort of took the stuffing right out of her, but she was able to rely upon the good technique that she has to come back and deliver two good quality triple jumps later on.
Mark, this is a perfect lesson for young skaters watching this. This is incredible in many ways. She did two extremely difficult falls. We'll look at one, the axel we won't show, and was really struggling. The twisties, you know what the twisties are? When you lose sense of where you are in the air, gymnasts, look at that hard fall.
Yuck.
Wow. And she gets back up, and she continues to struggle at the beginning of the program. We don't see all of that. There's the triple sal a little bit later. She gets back on track here, and she just did not give up. and she regained herself and her focus and started to execute really good elements. And this is a thinker in the program and continued to perform, as we see right here. And so that skill of parking, and Jason Brown talked about that yesterday.
Yeah.
Look forward, don't look back. Don't carry what's behind you. Look forward and go for it. And this young woman, this is just a perfect lesson for young skaters who have a really tough start to a program, how to refocus and look forward. And we see here triple Salchow, a little bit later in the program into single axel and another single axel. Struggling still a little bit on the landings, but compared to the beginning of the program, that was brilliant.
And you would never have known upon watching that triple toe, double toe that she'd had such a horrible opening triple toe at the start of the program.
She knew her technique and her timing, and so she came back to it. She lost that sense, the twisties. I'm not sure how you define Simone Biles exactly talked about why she retired for a year or took a year off because she didn't know where she was in the air, and that's dangerous. So the beginning of this program, this young woman didn't know where she was in the air, but she found it.
Yeah, and showing such courage. And I think Carlota Garcia Barranco has been trained so well across both the program components and the technique, and I hope that triple loop, triple flip, and triple loops aren't too far away, because when she has that planned program content, I think Carlota Garcia Barranco could be a real good asset for Spanish figure skating.
Yeah, we see her in the kiss and cry smiling. She had a tough start, tough falls, but she's got a smile on her face, and you should wear some pride because that was an amazing comeback in the program. 75.45, that's first in the free program. She goes, oh, that's okay.
Performance ability and reaction.
Exactly. The total competition score, 116.08. How calm is she? She's just amazing. Yes, you're welcome. Congratulations. As we take a look at the top 5 so far in the competition.
Next to skate, representing Slovenia, Vita Kas.
And now to the Slovenian representative, Vita Kas, 27th after the short program, just 14 years old, and her coach explaining that she hopes she enjoys this week, and we all hope that we see a smile on the face of Vita Kas in about 3.5 minutes' time. 14-year-old Vita Kas completes her free skate.
I have to mention that music was beautiful. It is. I can't help falling in love by Elvis Presley, but the rendition was spectacular and patient and beautiful piano notes at the beginning, and she, choreographed directly to the beat, to the note. Really nicely done. I mean, other issues we're going to see in the replays, particularly the wrapped free leg on the rotation. This is going to prevent her, or is preventing from really good triple jumps. But the rest of this skater is really very nice. Look at the legs there, relatively tight at the beginning, but that free leg comes up pretty high. But she does a pretty good job with that.
Interesting, the double toe was better rotational position than the triple saw.
Exactly, and here we see the double axel, super slow motion. Watch the free leg. That left leg lift up and around. She gets it done at the beginning of the program. It does get a little bit rappier near the end with fatigue starting to set in. And there's the triple Salchow. And you can see that leg unravel. It takes a lot of time. And so when you get a little bit tired, here's the double axel right at the end. Watch the left leg lift up here and then out. And that slows the rotation down. And aesthetically, it's not desirable either, although there's no reduction for that. So it's just something she's going to want to work on. But other than that, boy, what a nice program.
And sometimes the skater will wrap the leg if they're at the stage of development where they're trying to find the landing position. They'll hook the left leg, or for most people, the left leg up so that they can find the landing foot. But her coach, Katerina, will have obviously explained repeatedly about the need to push the leg down for a better rotational position. But her coach had explained to me how she knows that this event was a learning ground for her. So anything Katerina, her coach, has said to her, now will be cemented by the experience of being around others here.
And we're just saying what the coach is already saying. And that's fine. This is the stage of development. But eventually, if you're wanting triple left, triple toe, you got to have that leg down. Those ankles got to be tight together. And Jason Brown said that yesterday too. Yeah.
I said in the short program on Thursday of Vita, I really appreciate the length of her neckline. She's got a very elegant top line.
I think her whole performance, minus that, if you take away the leg wrap, the rest of it is very strong. It's beautiful.
And she has, by virtue of that top line, she has a commanding presence on the ice, and one that is reassuring to watch. The top half, the posture that she demonstrates, makes it easier for a spectator to watch this.
Absolutely. Patiently waiting for the scores because they're going to be looking closely, intently on the under rotations. On the first jump, the triple Salchow is under rotated, the double axel is under rotated, the second triple sow is downgraded, the next double axel is under rotated, and that's because of the wrap, because you slow the rotation down and you run the risk.
And interesting though, with the tech score dropping, good to see that this is the skater with the highest skating skills thus far, creeping into the fives.
And well deserved. 70.48 for Vita Kas, and that is second in the free program with a 111.12. That puts her currently overall, at least for the moment, into second place.
And now to a skater who is working on triple axel in practice this morning and not too adrift from landing it. Whether or not she will include that remains to be seen, but Gabriella Grinberg definitely has aspirations of a good result here in Ostrava. She competed here 2 years ago, finishing in 18th place, looking for more today. Israel's Gabriella Grinberg, the first skater in this event and possibly the only skater in the event to attempt a triple axel. It wasn't near full rotation, but the fact that Gabriella Grinberg is attempting such a difficult jump suggests that she has aspirations of being a standout star.
Yeah, it's a good example also of a work in progress. She says, I need to put this in competition, even though I may not do it very well to begin with, just to get the feeling of it and, you know, put your toe in the water, test the waters, if you will. And so here it is. There's the triple axel. She lands forward, so this is a downgrade, but good effort to transfer into rotation position. That was good. A little too slow, not enough height. But here's triple Lutz after that. Good pop, great lift. Keeps the hand off the ice. Not a lot of speed, but pushes up into the double axel and says, let's go for one more. And not much speed, but lifts up into the air. Good work.
And also good to be able to be comfortable with the double axel, having been working on the triple. Sometimes that can so affect the timing.
So true. There's the triple flip. This is probably, well, no, it's clean in the system. And there is the triple. Again, good lift, but breaking the body on the landing. And you got to keep that back straight and strong all the time. Even though if you feel yourself starting to lean, you got to keep the back straight. That'll give you way more opportunity to stabilize or at least land the jump.
And as we see Gabriella working this right forward outside spiral, there was a lovely Ina Bauer. There's some moments of really aesthetically pleasing positioning, but then perhaps the pursuit of the technical has diminished the quality of the skating skills a little bit and the presentation. So, you know, just a fascinating insight into the focus on different skaters. Carlota Garcia Barranco, who leads the field at present, has a similar kind of component score. But obviously, Gabriella has come into this event with a much higher planned program content in terms of jumps.
No, and you see that these athletes, as we always mention, are at different stages of their development, and whichever becomes more easier to them, they're usually better at, or that they like. The
focus on.
they focus on, yeah. Free program scores for Gabriella Grinberg from Israel, 85.22. That is first in the free program. Total competition score, 126.73. And Gabriella, for the moment, will take over first place. Here's a look at your top 5 skaters so far.
And now to the Azerbaijan representative, Sabina Alieva. She started well in the short program, the triple X double toe. Phased out laterally in the program. Let's hope that she has the stamina to deliver the quality that she's capable of at the end, as she does at the beginning. Sabina Alieva. So, Ted, I've recognised the skater for the last couple of seasons, and I think she's obviously very, very capable. I just haven't seen her yet come to competition with the preparation, and it's obviously been the talking point that we've had throughout the majority of this event regarding stamina. I think this skater could have a wildly different score, and season upon season, I've still not seen her come in seemingly either it's mental preparation or physical preparation.
Yeah, we don't know how much time they get to practice, but obviously it's similar. There hasn't been a huge. She's good. I mean,
So
she's powerful.
capable.
Yeah, so capable, and I think that's what we find it frustrating. There's the triple Lutz, double toe loop. That's good. We find it frustrating with all the abilities that we see, even past the mistakes, to not see what we believe.
Yes.
Who are we though? But we believe what we believe that she's capable of, for sure. And there's the triple loop a little bit later, steps out, and I think fatigue is one of the things, as we say, or conditioning. Let's leave it at that. There's triple flip a little bit later, again too far back on the heel, and that's to take the fall.
We've talked about the volume of run-throughs that a skater could do with Sabina. I almost sense because she's so capable of triple jumps and has been for a few seasons now. So this is a skater that's done and can do quite easily all the triples up to Lutz as we see her double axel with that.
And look how long it takes her to get back up in the program, and that's not because she physically was hurt. That's because she was really disappointed at that point.
And sometimes I've seen that from her, and we all want her to have that clean skate that's reflective of her potential. I almost wonder with this skater whether or not it's not a case of doing extra run-throughs so much as a double jump run-throughs and then just add a triple when it's ready to develop consistency.
Yeah, run-throughs, you don't need to do it with all the triples. You need to run the program and be in every scenario that you might be faced with in competition. That just takes repetition. It's hard work, and you don't like it, but you reap the benefits in competition down the road. But she's very, very capable, as you said, and we believe in her, but we also know or believe that maybe that just is as simple as more run-throughs and more preparation.
And the time violation that she will incur, she's going to get a 2-point time violation because she was so over the music, and that does give us an indication that perhaps she's not used to either doing as many run-throughs or the content that she put in.
Yeah, plus 2 falls, so there's 4 points gone right there, and her personal best is 63. She'll beat that here, so that indicates how good she can be.
And I confidently believe that with a good off-season and lots of run-throughs, and she's got great coaching staff supporting her, that this could be a skater that could easily post a 100-point free skate.
We hope, and we invite you to shock us with your abilities. If not the next time out, the next time we see you in juniors, seniors, or whatever, because we believe that you have that capacity. But it's for you to discover and for you to determine how big your heart is and how badly you want it. And there's no problem and no shame when a skater doesn't want to do that work.
No,
I get it, right?
Yeah. I mean, but what is indisputable, the variables and the future, not sure, but what's indisputable is that Sabina can triple jump comfortably. She has some great spins, and she's got some nice style movements across the ice.
Yeah, absolutely. A 69.27, that is 4th in the free program for a total competition score of 111.11, a lot of ones on the board there. And that'll put her currently, for the moment, into 4th place.
Next to skate, representing Cyprus, Varvara Abramkina.
And now to the Cypriot representative, Varvara Abramkina. Good short program, just a mistake on the triple flip. Varvara Abramkina, just 13 years old, and we talk and reference it so much about pop and elevation and tight rotational position, and there's so many good quality attributes for Varvara, and she seemed to have a kind of cat-like tendency on some of the jumping passes.
Yeah, we were also talking about the music, but it was kind of mesmerizing and sort of, it puts you in a trance, which maybe is good and bad, I don't know, but she's got good acceleration between the elements, the strong back as well. Look at the strength of the back on the landing, and the landings weren't all very smooth in this program, but she's very capable. There's that flip, too far back in the heel, has to step out, comes back down the ice. There's the triple Lutz, and the hand, and the body bends forward, and again, but she's still young. She's just 13, and she's fighting for everything.
Yes, just landing on the back inside edge on almost all of the jumps, so almost over-rotated, but that has to have a little bit of an impact on the grade of execution as she changes edge. And most of the landings are touching down a little early with the free foot, but you can see such a skater with such potential when we look at the spin positions as well.
And when you look at the list of elements, triple Lutz, triple flip, triple loop, triple toe, she's got them all there. Not yet the quality, that will come in time. Good posture, so she's got lots going for her.
Loads going, and we talked about the hypnotic music. You can see the attention to detail right through to the back of the dress, a snake. A diamonded encrusted snake going around the back up to the front of her
Now
dress.
I get it, because I was totally mesmerized.
Yeah, there you go.
Or entranced, we'll put it that way.
Entranced, that's a good word.
Entranced.
So Varvara comes with so much potential, much of the necessity work done in regards to the acquisition of the difficult triple jumps, and now it will be very much about grade of execution and components for this athlete, and just maintenance perhaps of the triples, or whether or not triple and triple axel will be a fixation for her training.
Yeah, she's just 13. As she gains strength and power and speed, all of everything will get better. 86.93 for Varvara. That is first in the free program. Slow nod of approval there. With a 129.90 for Varvara, she takes over the lead. Good for her. That's just a good indication of her abilities at this stage, with much more to come. Left a mess over there, Mark.
That was that coffee spillage of yesterday.
Okay. We're just filling the empty gap here.
My papers with my judging criteria.
Yeah. Next group coming up onto the ice, group number 4. And we'll continue to see improvement, maybe a little bit better skating skills, more quality perhaps on the landings. We're hoping. Okay, Mark, what you got questions?
So we've had some other questions that have come in, one of which is requesting a prediction. Who do you think will win today's women's event? So whilst I was beavering away trying to communicate with those that will compete in Bangkok next week, looking for intel, you were able to watch the top flight warming up this morning.
Oh yeah, just
throw you under the bus.
Toss it into my. Well, look, they were all extremely impressive. Angela Lengalova for Slovakia, really interesting skater. Maybe not as fast as the other skaters yet, unique and different and fresh, but she's sort of early on. We'll see what comes out of her for sure. And Polina Zumania Jova, what is it?
Zumania Jazova.
Yeah, Zumania Jazova. I've never been able to say that name because I can't think that long. And she has a statuesque approach, very tall, beautiful lines, and quite serious when she skates the program, and she can do all the elements. It wasn't her best practice session for sure, but you know if she delivers it, she could threaten for the podium. Yujae Kim simply went out there and said, okay, girls, look, I'm going to run my program with the triple axel, and so get intimidated. And she did that. She ran her program with the triple axel, didn't stop at all.
Wow.
Amazing. Stefania Gladki of France, so unique and different. She's magical on the ice. Doesn't carry a lot of speed yet. She's still quite small, and not small, but she's a little bit slower, but she's absolutely magical. So she could certainly hang in there, but with Yujae behind her, she's going to have to skate a clean program for sure. Rena Uezono of Japan, that was such a beautiful skater. No triple axel, but quality and maturity.
Yeah, and interesting as you get to the leader, Wada, for me, the differences in those skaters, so Yujae Kim her standout moment is going to be the fact that she will include triple axel, which others won't. Stefania Gladki, more unique. Rena Uezono has a presentation or an emotional commitment that I don't think all of the Japanese skaters have.
Full package for sure. And Kaoruko Wada from Japan as well, kind of new and fresh. She might take this title, but it might be a bit of a challenge too. She's a beautiful skater. There's no question of that. So I'm not answering a question here. I just went through them because anything can happen.
Well, it's interesting that there could be some big exciting news for some different skating federations. So France, with Stefania Gladki currently in 3rd place, hasn't had a junior women medal on the Junior Grand Prix for 19 years.
Wow.
So that would be super cool.
Yeah.
And there hasn't been a Hungarian or a Slovakian win a medal at the Junior Grand Prix ever. And obviously we have a Hungarian and a Slovakian in that top group. And any other advances on that? Well, we know that we've seen plenty of Japanese skaters.
Good news is they're all good and they're all capable. And I was thinking about that as watching the warm-up. If you had them all skate clean, and then you take the senior women and you have them all skate clean, they all do the same elements. Triple X, triple toe, triple flip, triple toe, whatever. They all do the same elements. Now, what will make the difference is the quality, obviously, the GOE score, how much speed you have coming in the air, the height in the air, and the flow and the landing, the stability, and then obviously the maturity of performance. So that's what makes the difference between junior and senior, but that also makes the difference between skater to skater, as we'll see.
And it was so great if any of you were watching now that didn't get to listen to Jason Brown's commentary when we were in the resurface break, when Jason was with us, we were able to look back at the performances that he had en route to winning the Junior Grand Prix final that he attained. And watching that, to me, it was just such an incredible masterclass, even then, 12 years ago, of the program component scores. And yeah,
and we asked him, how did that sort of happen? And he said, if I was not surrounded by the people who pushed me to be the best that they believed I could be, I didn't know how good I could be. I didn't know how to do all those things. So he had a love for, for ballet and for opera, for all the arts, of course. But they said they set the standard higher for me, I rose. They set the standard higher for me, I rose. That's how he got better. So those people around you, when you might think that they're being tough on you, they're only trying to help you get to a higher what they believe could be a higher level.
And we are indeed a product of our environment, and thus so important to make sure that you have an environment which is conducive to your self-belief.
Yeah, absolutely.
An interesting other question, Ted, about the height, and does the height impact jumps? Is it harder for a shorter person to jump? Interestingly, pose the question, is it harder for a shorter person to jump? But as Jason said, it can be skater specific, because generally we might suggest that a shorter person would be benefiting from a different core point. But then I think of other examples, skater specific. Brian Boitano was tall, he's an Olympic champion. Evan Lysacek, 2010 Olympic champion. Tall. So it's not necessarily a one size fits all.
No, not at all. I would just say that the slight advantage for a shorter person is the lower center of gravity, and they might be able to save things a little bit more, but I wouldn't absolutely. And at the same time, they won't have as long lines. Yeah. So when you're a taller person. So it doesn't matter about taller or smaller. It doesn't matter. It matters what you do with it, right? How you weave your own magic with the tools that you have.
And interesting, especially on the back of what we discussed yesterday with Jason, is the environment that supports it. So there are some that would just have a very clear idea on what's the right body shape and how good that you can we can see others that will support any athlete.
It's not about what's right or wrong in regards to the physicality of a person. It's regard to what they do with it in this sport. And that's okay to be whoever you want to be, whoever you are. And that's what we want, really. And but we try to jump. We try to rotate. We have all those things, science affecting it. Okay, Mark, let's keep going.
As we move on to Kira Baranovska, a skater who our coaches had explained to us hadn't missed a jump in practice all week.
Oh, yeah.
And she's got such huge jump elevation. Hadn't missed one all week. And unfortunately, 2 mistakes on the triple jumps in the short program. So let's hope that we can get to see the quality of her jumps that have been evident in practice make their way into this competition now. Just 14 years of age. Kira Baranovska, a skater who showcased a little bit of the epic jumping quality that she has, but fatigue again diminishing the grades of execution latterly in the program.
Yeah, not just that. 14 years old, I thought she was 18. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, really, the maturity of her performance is stunning. The technique is stunning. Her skating skills are excellent. Really, she has the full package now. It's interesting, the music choice, because I really, really like it. But was it distracting to her? Because it's a single voice. It's very, very high. And she did it beautifully. We'll see some wonderful moves in here. I just thought this skater is really terrific. And you wish her to skate a clean program because you think, you know it would be absolutely outstanding. And a big score.
And that triple toe, such quality. You can see such clear body alignment in the air through the core in her triple flip.
And here's the triple Lutz. A little bit too far back and has to step out. But it's just a huge jump straight in the air. It's just beautiful. Here's the choreo sequence, some of it. And this is beautiful, right to the music.
And born and lived all her life in Riga, Latvia. She will not have had the chance to train as readily last week because her training rink is the venue that was the location for the competition.
And here's another triple Lutz later in the program, up into the double axel, hung on to that. She's so strong, and then takes the fall on the axle. But this is a young woman to watch out for, because when she puts this together, the elusive clean program, it's going to be extremely powerful.
Yes, and shame because that triple Lutz was so good, but the double axel forces that element also to be -5. Even the Lutz was so good, the axle that followed it, the fall forces the whole entirety of that jump combo to be -5 from the judges. And that's mandatory. The fall is a mandatory -5. But at least this skater, with the jump technique that she does have, has a starting point of a very positive grade of execution when they're nailed.
I love this skater. I love her abilities. I love her potential. Like the 3 hearts all in unison. That was good. Right? Bright future. Keep working. Keep believing. You've got it. Let's take a look at the free program scores for Kira. Just 14. Amazing. 94.83. That's first in the free program. Even with the mistakes, she's going, oh, that's pretty good. That's your quality, young woman. That's your ability. 137.83. And that will put her currently into first place. I'm looking forward to see her again.
Yes. And I love the relationship she has with her coaches, who she obviously adores. And now the applause showcases another, or indeed the first of the Czech skaters, Katerina Hanusova. And Katerina will skate appropriately to the music I See Red. That's just a wonderful skate. Katerina Hanusova had explained that she was happy to compete in front of a home crowd, and you're even happier when you deliver a skate so good as that, particularly because of the mistake on the flip in the short program. She'll be delighted to have got 2 triple flips in this free skate.
It's a possible must watch.
Oh, wow. Go on, Katerina.
That's a home performance here in front of friends and family. Does that add pressure or does it inspire you? And on this day, it certainly inspired her. Nice opening pose. We're going to go through these elements. And there, she was just so on top of her feet today.
Yeah, unquestionable in her commitment to the landings.
Yeah, triple flip right off the top, double axel with a plus GOE. So that's 9.21 points off that one element. Good speed into the triple toe loop, reloads, double toe, beautifully done. That's a 6.04. And there's the triple flip. This is on the quarter, but still pretty well done. A little bit later, the triple toe loop, plus GOE on that. She's another 4.56. There's a beautiful flying sit spin.
And that was well on the music as well.
Really good. And it was level 4 with no plus or minus on that, but still gets a good 3.50 on that. Flying change combination spin, pardon me. And a little bit later, really cautious going into that triple loop. You didn't see the wind up all the way around the ring. Very, a little bit nervous of that, but pulls it off nicely. Triple salvator. Right on top of it. Just great.
And Katerina, this year started a sports high school in Pardubice. And interesting to see, for this skater, the technical element score significantly higher than the program component scores. And that serves her well in regards to achieving the minimum tech score to compete at Junior World. She should be able to do that. But also gives her a base now from which to work on other aspects of her skating. For her, it will be the second mark rather than that which we've seen from the majority of the skaters towards her tech score.
Well, she's pretty focused on the technical things. And boy, did she do a good job today. So, you know, adding the PCs will come in time. Her personal best, 86.93. She's probably going to put that in the closet because she'll have a new one right now. And she's anxiously waiting to look at that board. Going, what's the number? What's the number? It's like rolling the dice. Here it is. A 94.42. There's the smile. That's second in the free program. The total competition score of 137.56. That will put her currently into second place. Brilliant. Great job. Look at that. 137.83 and 137.56. Wow.
Tight at the top.
On the ice, representing Great Britain, Leilah Patten.
And now to the British representative here in Ostrava, 14 years old, Leilah Patten. And she will skate to a brilliant piece of music, Rise Like a Phoenix.
Okay, Mark, I get to speak first on this one. This is a brilliant package. This is a brilliant abilities. The posture's wonderful. The spins are incredible. The choreography. Who did that?
Well, I did the program choreography, but I have to say that this
I'm
is
not laughing at you. I'm laughing because you didn't want to say.
Well, I think because it's a good example of when, like, Leilah is. I love Leilah. She's a gorgeous young woman, both in skating and in temperament and character. But this is a good example of with Jason, when he said that when you can work with the choreographer every day, it makes a big difference. Leilah has the potential to do spellbinding choreography, but we've done it. We did a couple of days on it, and it's been months since. Leilah has the potential to have huge PCS, but it's just being able to have access to an optimal situation where you have your choreographer regularly and repeatedly.
Yeah, and also, I mean, you know, the technical elements, there's the triple Lutz and the double toe loop come into it as well. I mean, if there's some mistakes, which there were in the program, it affects that. The point is, this skater is a beautiful, beautiful skater. It's a wonderful dress as well. I don't comment on costumes very often. It's under rotation on that flip, but you know, we're talking about the technical part of it. But when you take away the technical part, you say, can she skate? Yes. Does she have choreography? Yes. Does she perform it beautifully? Yes. And does she feel this? Does she have a soul?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So this is a very special young skater, and she's 14 years old. And good job, Mark. And I'm not saying that just, you know, to pump you up, but that must have been fun working with her.
Oh, she's an absolute delight. And I mean, kudos also to her coaching staff. Andre Lutai has given her the triple jump content to make her a contender. And now it's just the refinement of this rough diamond.
Well, it's true. And if she gets that content, she's, you know, she's a mile short yet on the doing that content in competition, but you can see the construction of the technical content is there. The basics of the takeoff, the rotation is there, but a little bit more speed, a little bit more strength, a little bit more height, a little bit more of everything in that area will solidify the technical.
And what's even more amazing with Leilah is knowing that she follows her father, who's a diplomat around Europe, and it's wonderful that she's been able to collaborate with Andre to be in Bulgaria, training there whilst representing the Great Britain, and her parents and her family have supported her so wonderfully well in pursuing her skating dream, no matter what.
Look how beautifully straight she sits up, and she's delicate and lovely, and wow, excellent. 82.38, that is fifth in the free program. That's because of the technical mistakes. That's why. 126.39, that's fifth overall, but this young lady has a lot of abilities, and it will be enjoyable to watch her continue to develop. We wish her the best in that, of course, when you can have abilities, but you still have the work to do.
Yeah.
That's coming. That was fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Sweden, Lilly Almgren-Lidman.
Well, talking of choreography for this free skate for Lilly Almgren-Lidman, done by Angelique Abitschkina, and she's going to be releasing a YouTube video to show the choreography process behind the scenes of this creation, so we can watch this performance and then
talk about
check
that.
back to see that afterwards. Lilly Almgren-Lidman representing Sweden.
Very elegant skater, no question of that. And also has some interesting angles, and the choreography is just at the right stage, or the right amount of choreography for this young woman at this point. And look at just beautiful back, and she carried this sort of air of confidence through the program, even though there were some mistakes.
That's what I was really mindful of, is that at any point when you joined this program, you wouldn't have known that mistakes had been made. And that's so professional.
And such an important skill. You don't wear your emotions, negative emotions, pardon me, on your shoulders. Don't do that. You want to wear the positive ones in performance. There's the triple flip, a little bit scratchy on the landing, not a lot of flow, but beautifully done. There's the Salka. That was wonderful. And so she over-rotated that body a little bit. Salka a little bit later, into the double toe. Nice, into the single axel. And look at that beautiful back spiral.
And I don't know if we'll see in the subsequent, as we see the spread eagle, if we can see in the subsequent slow motion replays, coach, I think it's Melanie Joseph, the coach, and she was utterly living the performance. And you can just see Lilly looking over at coach there, and it's, as we see this drop 3 turn, good length on the triple toe into double toe. But it's so interesting to see how different coaches react, and it's obviously no guaranteed reflection of what happens in the training rank, but it just appears that her coach was so invested, and I love that. And caring, it seemed. That what I could see behind the brilliance of Lilly was somebody who was really caring.
You know, when you're emotional when you talk, and you are most of the time, right? It's fun to hear, because you can hear the passion in your you know, trying to figure your thoughts. Exactly. It's the same thing with me. I just sort of stumble along, you know. I'm the same way. Let's take a look at the scores for the free program. For Lilly, 79.31. That is 6th in the free program. Beautiful skater, though, with a 123.55 total competition score, and that'll put her, at least for the moment, into 6th place. What's up next? Oh no. Okay, that was pretty quiet there for a bit. A little nerve-wracking.
Nellen Boom, the coach. High fives. The skater, Lena Cusak. She has a big combination plan to open her program, skating to Schindler's List with the intention of a triple Lutz Euler triple salchow to start. Well, Ted, Schindler's List is obviously such a powerful piece of music, and it's difficult to portray that level of emotion, as a junior, and especially when you've got difficult planned program content. But I was very conscious that Lena Cusak from Croatia was really invested. She told me that the choreography feels magical to her, and despite the mistakes, she repeatedly and consistently went back to that place of soul. I think between the elements.
I think particularly at the end of the program. And she did that triple salchow, and I mean, she had really great stuff before that, but right at the end of the program, she had that beautiful triple salchow into the ending, and you could really feel the story at that point. There's sometimes you didn't feel the story because you've got sport to do, and that's jumping. Right? And that's hard for anybody. It doesn't matter what level you're at. This is a difficult piece of music. It's so emotional. We know what it's about. And to tell that story in the sport of skating, it gets complicated. And also, it gets beautiful. We can see too far forward there. And on the lean, on the landing, here's the triple, or double, that's pardon me, double toe loop, wide free leg on that. She managed to get it back in time to put the pick in. Here's that edge, beautiful. Lean back, right into the triple sow near the end of the program. Good momentum off that takeoff edge. And then into her final sit spin. That comes in a level 4 sit spin right at the end of the program. And then right there.
Love that emotion investment.
Yeah, beautiful.
I'd love it if Lena could just engage her shoulder blades and lats just a little bit more, just to open up that neckline. But
you can see it starting to come. It just needs some more work. That's right. Yeah,
just a little bit more work in the ballet studio in front of the mirrors. But I just really appreciate. Especially, I know that she'd explained how much she enjoys the choreography, so maybe I was looking out for it, but I could see it, and soul is not often showcased in the junior women's event as much as that.
When you have beautiful music and you feel that your dress, everything comes together, you can feel the performance that much better. Like, even if there's mistakes, whatnot, it's very difficult to explain when everything comes together between the choreography, the preparation, your technical, your PCs, your costume. When your dream of what it should be becomes to what it is, it's magical.
And that's
why it doesn't happen very often.
No, that's why we hope to see this clean skate ASAP.
Early in the season. Take some time. 74.65. That is 8th in the free program for Lena. Total competition score of 119.71. That'll put her currently at this stage of the competition into 7th place. And that is group number 4, is it? What are we on here? Because we have to go to ice resurfacing now. So get your phone out.
Exactly. So as Lena Cusak and her coach move on, we look to see Kira Baranovska moving up the standings as the positions jostle around slightly. And now a chance to look at some more of the resurface videos. And the first one will be two nutters, Ted and Mark.
To what?
Two crazy men.
Oh.
Nutters, not cases.
Nutters. Okay.
Ted and Mark's must-watch moments from Riga last week. And then the series A Day in the Life, and it will be with that of Michael Slipchuk, the Canadian team leader, who is also here this week.
Yes, he is.
And then finally, the backstage fun from last year's Junior Grand Prix in Linz, Austria.
Okay, enjoy. We'll be back. Hello everyone, welcome to our very first episode of Must Watch. We're here in Riga, Latvia, week 1 of the Junior Grand Prix 2024. I'm Ted Barton along with Mark Hanruddy. We're going to first of all talk a little bit about the champions here in Riga. What about the pairs and dance?
We've just witnessed the win of Noemi Mariatali and Noa Lafornara, who are the first Italian ice dance team to win gold at the Junior Grand Prix in 17 years. And they gave us a chat afterwards, and they explained a little bit of a key to their success, perhaps, insofar as they have run 7 run-throughs in one day. That's their record, and that's an indication of how hard-working they are, and so therefore very deserving of the success that they enjoyed here.
I heard them say that 7 run-throughs. I couldn't believe it. 7 run-throughs?
And for those that are listening that do run-throughs, they'll know that's insane. Back-to-back run-throughs, a double run-through is would probably strike the fear of anything into most skaters. To do 7 is just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's incredible. Let's move on to the women. Mao Shimada from Japan wins another Junior Grand Prix event, of course. She's had so much success over the past 2 years, 2-time World Junior Champion. So it's really quite remarkable. And I thought, in watching the practice sessions, would she be able to maintain that type of intensity and desire? She's already won 2 World Championships, and she's got to come back to juniors in another year. And she did. She was absolutely brilliant in the short program, had a couple mistakes in the free program with the triple axel going down and the quad toe as well. The rest was absolutely outstanding, so she's back on track for sure. What about the pairs?
Well, the pairs event was won by Zhang and Huang, Chinese team, and we've seen such an amazing Chinese dynasty that has been in the senior events, but we haven't seen a Chinese team do so successfully in the juniors, and that's a really exciting thing for the future of that discipline in that country.
Yeah, that was an incredible performance by them, and they were thrilled with that, of course. And the pairs event itself was much better, much stronger, much deeper.
Yeah, excited to see how that will evolve over the next 6 weeks.
Now, in the men's, we had Sena Takahashi from Japan, won with a 2:29.66, 14 years old. He just stormed onto the Junior Grand Prix scene. It was incredible. He's powerful, he's fast, he's ever so quick, and what a personality as well.
And he just seemed so confident being the last skater, and he just seemed so assured in the knowledge that he was going to go clean again and take the title.
And the reaction and the kiss and cry just sort of said it all. You'll take a look at that, that's for sure. Now let's talk a little bit about our must-watches, your favorite performances other than the champions.
Well, for me, it's always interesting to see new skaters, and the performance by Anna Gerke from Germany really impressed me, not just because of the quality that she showcased, but also because we were able to see an insight into the warm-up, which was not good. And this 13-year-old then went out and absolutely delivered, and I just was really impressed and excited to see a new skater on the scene and one with such quality.
And I'll take one here, Nikita Shaiko of Israel in the short program. He skated to Schindler's List. And although we've seen that number, we've heard that music many, many times, some people make it special. And that just gave me chills. It was heavenly. It was angelic. It was whatever you want to classify that as. It was very special. Particularly watch the end of the program and that knee slide right at the end, bringing it to the last note. It was very, very special and something you'll want to see.
And then for me, the performance of Yoshida and Ogahara, a Japanese junior ice dance team, one of the youngest teams in the event. And what made that interesting was because they'd taken a Japanese anime piece and they'd styled it out, the costumes were styled, everything about it was so conscientiously delivered. And it's exciting to see our sport have a whole new framework, a whole new theme, a whole new concept, and hopefully that'll attract more and more fans towards the sport.
That was so much fun. That was so independent, individual, innovative. There's something special, that's for sure. And what a brilliant program that Kathy Reed made of that, that's for sure. And for me, Genrik Gartung of Germany technically skated lights out. He did a quad lutz, he did triple axels. He was amazing, and he moved himself way up in the ranks in that. So that was outstanding. On the other side of the spectrum, of course, Anthony Parody from Canada, writing his own script in life, something absolutely unique and different, something special. He may or may not ever win a medal. I don't know, we'll see. He's challenged a little bit technically at this stage, but creatively, it comes totally from his heart and his soul, and that's something very special to watch. Any last thoughts?
Yeah, completely corroborate all that you've just said, and hopefully that will have excited all the competitors that are yet to perform over the next 6 weeks, and we just can't wait to see what's to come.
Yeah, we're not only going to talk about the champions, but those special performances, those special moments, those special young athletes we're going to mention here on Must Watch. That's it from Riga, week number 1.
We always want to make sure we have our team here to cheer them on. Hi, I'm Mike Slivchuk from Skate Canada. I'm the high performance director of our program, but I'm also a team leader during the season, so I spend most of the season traveling with our teams and part of our support team there to help with whatever they need help with during the season. When an event starts here with Canada, we have 2 team leaders and we have 2 medical people, and we can have 2 to 3 people down at the board. So our other team leader and our physio and doctor are down with the team right now, and I'm just going to watch the pair event from up here and and just kind of see how they do and be able to provide any feedback or information that the coaches might be looking for. So just I can actually sit back and enjoy some skating for a while. Yeah, so we're here for the warm up and just here to make sure nothing goes wrong or that the athlete, while they're on the ice or coach, don't need anything during the warm up. So just here to provide whatever support they need. And we usually just kind of stay invisible and stay away. So. Come on. He's on the axle. Yeah, too bad on the Lutz. Yeah.
He does that a lot in competition.
The Lutz? It just goes on a diagonal. Yeah, like the pattern goes really awkward. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of comes, you can see it on the way in. It's like it's just kind of drifts out. Go up there.
You go.
No, I don't go up there. We never go up there, just the athletes and the coaches. We stay out.
Yeah.
Lee, what is it? 60? 60? Good.
You get fouled?
Yeah. Yeah, he did something I didn't see. He just had.
He turned the axle, though?
I didn't see that. So I was combo that much to them. I just heard it. I didn't see what happened. Good job. Good fight. I said he didn't make a step as long as Boston in the kiss and cry. That was good.
Yeah. The axle in the warm-up was actually better.
I know, I saw it. It was good. I thought, well, they've been better all day today.
Yeah.
Both, so.
That's what I said. You keep doing that when you go home. Like,
Yeah.
you start landing.
Yeah, I honestly, when he goes in now, I almost expect he's going to land it.
Yeah.
It looks good. So, good. Good start.
Yeah.
Good. All right, we're done.
As long as mom doesn't beat him now for missing the last.
Yeah.
Junior Grand Prix.
The following skaters may now take the ice for their warm-up. From the Czech Republic, Barbora Tykalova. From Austria, Noelle Streuli. From Switzerland, Elizabeth Grinberg. From Finland, Venla Sinisalo. From Germany, Sophie Erhardt. From the Netherlands, Vita.
Welcome back, everyone, to Ostrava, Czech Republic. Final day of competition. The women's free program underway. We're almost halfway through, Mark. Not quite.
Oh, aren't we?
Wait a minute. How many groups have we got? We've already done 4, haven't we? Yeah, 4 out of 7.
We're more than halfway.
Yay.
Okay.
I just can't do the math.
More questions have come in, Ted, and thanks to those that have sent those. Those are sent via the International Skating Union's social media channels, particularly on Instagram. And the question coming in from April_Orica. The importance of having a clear target to be achieved by an athlete each season. And then there's an addendum to that question. I think it's an excellent one, and I think sometimes, particularly perhaps for those skaters that we have seen now in the junior category for a few years, perhaps skaters that may have previously, prior to the changes in the age restrictions, moved up to seniors, I think that is, especially as it always is, important to have clear criteria, because that provides the motivation to endure the challenges of the daily grind and training.
So the question is it important, right? Okay.
I think so, yeah,
right,
basically,
so
is it important?
There are two that have goal. One is the goal of, not the goal, it's the wrong word, sort of a mission or a vision, if you will, of the coaches who tries to see in that young skater they have the potential to where they could end their career. At what point? What type of skills do they have and the type of personality? So that's a long-term one, which you don't even tell the athlete, right? Because you work on them. Then where is the athlete at in their development? So that particular year, in order to build the long-term one, which is 5 years down the road, what do we need to accomplish this year? It could be the change of music type because they need to learn a new genre. Perhaps, or it could be we have to get into the triple flip, triple lutz this season. Otherwise, when they grow, it's going to be more difficult. We need to deal with that. So the strategy long term will be quiet by the coaches, and the strategy in the short term in the year will be specific to the skater and their needs and communicated to them directly. Generally speaking, that's what happens.
Yeah, and it was interesting to hear Jason saying that his coaches were very mindful of the need to change the emotional interpretation of our program, and that was interesting for me to hear, because I'm, different strokes for different folks, of course, but for me, developmentally as juniors, I would have been more focused and fixated on the skating skills and the acquisition of the technical elements, and then the interpretation, which Jason is so brilliant at, I would be suggesting was of lesser priority. Still important, but lesser priority at the earlier developmental stage. But here's a work, arguably the best in terms of that component in regards to composition and presentation, acknowledging that his coaches made it very, very, very important, and you can see the result of that.
One can argue that was his quads.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, yeah.
He mentioned that I wasn't going to be that quad jumper, the multi-quads. So I had to find out what else in this sport, in those programs, can I compete against those people with that. And the coaches recognized that, as did he. They spoke about it, and they developed that part of the skate. And he is very successfully competing with that.
Well, I think he was referencing, without bringing it back up on Google, he was referencing his 2015 World Championships, and I think he said he was 4th there, and I think he was 5th at Worlds in 2024. Yep. And over that near decade of performances at World Championships, how amazing for a skater to be top 5 in the world, spread out over that span without the quadruple jumps.
Exactly. Yep.
The sort of addition to that question was, how important is it to adjust to changes? And I think...
Called life.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's important to do that in life, so it's important to do it in skating.
And that can be something that's really important for the coaches, because it's so important to have high standards to uphold and a high threshold for the skaters to aspire to, and that undoubtedly the expectations of a coach and a parent and a skater will dictate their outcomes. But then, as you say, life can change that, and important that perhaps changes need to be made for the human.
Well, remember, they don't have to be made because every day that human changes. It's slow, right? You're working with a skater, but that skater's growing from 13 to 13 and a half to 14 to 14 and a half. They're growing and changing mentally and physically, but you don't see that every day. You see that over time. So you have to be aware that that person is changing naturally in life, and then what are the changes that are required in the sport to match the changes of the person, right? So it's complicated. It's why coaching and teaching, I would say coaching more than anything, because you're with an athlete much longer than you're with a student in school.
Yes.
You're with an athlete for 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 10 years, whatever it is, and you see them work with them every day as they grow up. But in school, you're with them maybe for one class for a year, right?
1 year, yeah.
So it's very complicated. We didn't answer the question. You notice that?
We're just masterful at avoiding a definitive answer.
That's called, oh, look at the cat, look at the birdie. Distracted.
Look at the pretty costume.
Yeah, here we go. 3 groups left.
And coach Andrea encourages his student Barbora Tykalova, skater representing the home nation. Her brother Jakub performed really well in the men's free skate yesterday evening. And I think it might have even been one of Jason Brown's must-watch moments. Now we hope for the same from a very classy and refined young woman. Barbora Tykalova from the Czech Republic. And
you could see the reaction, just turning her head. So most of those elements had a step out or a turn out or something. The takeoffs were good. The rotation was good. The elegance and skating skills were good. It was all good, but every one of the elements had a visible flaw to them, and I think that wore on her emotionally and a little bit on the program as well.
And without knowing and having spoken to Barbara exactly, I sense this is a skater who's perhaps had a growth spurt of late and just having to fight for everything and not quite feeling a jump timing that she's previously enjoyed. And you can see on this triple flip, just having to second guess, not being able to feel comfortable again on every landing. That double three turn of the step out, it seemed.
Yeah, here we see the double or the triple lutz, pardon me, and gets around, but then too far back on the heel and upper body not organized with the hips as well. And here comes the triple flip a little bit later. Looked good in the air, and again too far back on the heel. Didn't get the free leg back. The free leg was sticking forward, staying forward. So we see this flying camel trying to grab the blade, gets it. Can you imagine that position? Can you do that?
When I've warmed up for about 3 hours beforehand, yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably break my leg right off and have to carry it home. I don't know. Like that looks like a very difficult position to get to, but really nicely done. There's the triple loop a little bit later. Hard fall.
And just looking at that loop as we see the difficult entry into the camel.
Beautiful.
So beautiful. The kind of fall whereby maybe last week that would have been a landing, just not the timing that she's accustomed to, just not the softness into the knee and the landing to stick the back outside edge.
Yeah, and once you sort of fight for that landing and you don't know where it is, it's like the twisties we talked about.
Yeah.
That. You're not quite sure where you are when you're checking out. And it was just a beautiful skater, lovely program. Everything is lovely about it. A tough day at the office on the landings.
And hopefully that's the kind of sail through this phase and return to that consistency that you can tell her technique would allow.
For sure. 74.82, that is 8th in the free program. Not what she had hoped or planned for. 119.93. That'll put Barbara currently into 7th place. Much better than that number, that's for sure. Not on this day. That was a rough skate. It is sport, and it happens.
Good to be in a kiss and cry with a coach that cares about the human here.
That's for sure.
And now to Flora Marie Schaller. And after the short program performance of Flora Marie a couple of days ago, there was a lot of love online for Flora Marie. So obviously a popular skater. And they and we now wish her all the best for her free skate as she skates to stranger things and running up that hill. That was such a high 10 between the brother and sister coaching staff ringside. And Flora Marie Schaller represents Austria. That was one of those moments where I could almost feel what she was feeling for the last minute. When she'd done that last double axel and she allowed herself to sink into that landing and just enjoy, thinking, I did good here.
This is not about her competition against other skaters. This is about her internal competition with herself. On this day, she delivered at the level that she hoped for, that she had trained for. And even though there are mistakes and some under rotations is not the issue, she's going for a certain standard for herself, and she achieved that or surpassed that today. Nice job. Triple Salchow to start into the double toe loop, and now the triple flip. We'll see here an under rotation on the landing. That's okay. She stands up on one foot here.
And I think she just did a double in the short program, so that, although under rotated, still progress.
Oh, yeah, absolutely progress. There's a jump combination there, and here's a little bit later in the program, another triple Salchow, maybe a touchdown with the foot, but on her feet, double axel, good right at the end, reaching back, and nice spins, good speed, change of edge right there, from back inside to forward outside.
And well prepared skater coming into this event to be able to deliver even just the spins at that point in the program. But this moment, what she's feeling right now is just the nicest feeling. Like, she'll have worked so hard for this. And she was telling me that they have no ice time at their home rink between April till August, so they've had to travel to Gmunden, to Zell am See, to Brixen. They have, the coaching staff and the skaters have had to work so hard to continue their training. And so then a skate like that is just such a celebration of commitment.
I love it. That's a gift of the sport when you have a skate that you work so hard for. 86.37 for Flora Maria Schaller. That is, with a 131.72, that is third overall in the competition to this point. Regardless of the numbers, she's thrilled and proud of what she's just achieved. Nice job.
Yeah, thank you. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, thank you. We did nothing.
Yeah, we just watched.
Yeah, exactly. This is an interesting skater. We had watched her have a wonderful practice session the other day. Not such a good short program. And we'll see what unfolds here right now, Mark.
Yeah, a skater with indisputable potential, but such comparatively little experience. Elizabeth de Bern, skating to music from the Handmaiden soundtrack.
That's brilliant. That's the best reaction.
It is. And, you know, we saw this young woman on practice session. I thought, this young woman has transition. She has delight, and she's bright. And everything shone bright tonight. It's just incredible. I didn't mean to do that alliteration, but, you know, it was just fantastic. We saw the potential. And, you know, a shaky, short program, but look at every detail, every pose, every position, every hand, arm, shoulder, head.
And yet, the refinement and the maturity in her movement, then at the end of the program, reality that this is a 13-year-old. We love how clean the jumping passes are. No debate on the rotation for this skater. So often there's a question mark over the landing rotation, but Elizabeth gets sufficient elevation and fast enough rotation to showcase what the judges want.
And so straight and strong in her back and her legs. Watching the air here. The feet are tight together. She gets that free leg up and out right away, and then right up into the double axel. And if you're that fast and that quick, you're going to be that successful on a regular basis. Wow, that's so special. You know, we watch the transitions here all the way down the ice with a split jump and a little spiral move, a back spiral, all on the way to the next element. So it was, look at that little toe move in there, and we saw right here going into the flying. Now this was a little weak here, went a little too high on that entry and a little slow, but that's okay.
Butterfly so hard to maintain the speed.
And this was the triple flip, double toe. Great extensions too, turned out toes, and you'll love that, of course. That's all about you. There's the triple Lutz, and look at the transitions between. There was stuff happening. She just wasn't moving from element to element.
That Sako from nothing.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Well, going to be a big score.
It is going to be a big score, and you know, it's such a wonderful job in the coaching. Linda van Trooijen and Sindre Kreza responsible for this, but you know, and the coaches have made the incredible athlete defying her 10 to 13 years, but then that finish, that the ending and reaction to that, just showing that we're dealing with really young people.
Well, she's like an 18-year-old, 13-year-old, or 13-year-old, 18-year-old. I'm not sure, but she's got maturity and class and style. Let's see the scores: 111.22 as she goes, whoa. And that is first in the free program with a total competition score 158.09 as Elizabeth Grinberg from Switzerland takes the lead. By a lot, by 21 points.
And now from one 13-year-old to another, Venla Sinisalo. So some impressive jumping passes from Venla in the 6-minute warm-up as well. She skates to Underworld. Wow, we've got two back-to-back brilliant performances from two 13-year-olds, and Venla Sinisalo managed to rouse the audience to clap in time to her music.
And very similar in the point that they had transitions between the elements. So it wasn't just the jumps. Really interesting. Wow, what a different piece of music. I mean, and you know, you'd go, well, I don't know. But you know what I like is it was independent, innovative. It's what she wanted to do, and she did.
Well, it made me wonder. I wonder who considered this the correct music choice for the skater, because it's unique and it's different, non-conventional. And then when she had the courage to clap her hands to entice the audience to join her, I thought, wow, that shows.
If she didn't do it the way she did it, it would not have been a successful musical choice. But she committed to the music and the character and did a beautiful job.
And interesting that the judges have gone most with the composition of this performance, so that suggests that the judges recognize how brilliant it was. And we might not be able to see the replays, but the standout moment for me was I think it was the difficult blade feature within the flying camel, on point in the music. It was just so nuanced.
I don't know what happened to the replays. Did I push the button clear before? I don't know.
Oh, here we go.
Here they go. There. There's the double axel.
That was the last.
Oh yeah, that's the end there. Thank you for saving me. And then right into the change combination right at the end of the program. She had lots of energy through this because it was going so well, and that just fuels your end of the program.
What a great finish position as well. Huge congratulations to both Venla and the coaching staff that she's here with.
Yeah, personal best, so she doesn't actually have one this season or on the Junior Grand Prix. She'll need a 110.33 to take the lead, at least in the free, and she's a 110.57. Second, in the free program with a 153.34. As Venla takes over the lead. And let's take a look at those scores. 158.34, 158.09. That's how close those two skaters, brilliant skaters, are. Wow, that's fun. We're not even in the last group yet.
Not even close.
Oh, how good is that?
And now to 14-year-old Sophie Erhardt, who confidently skates out to center ice. She has looked so happy around the rink being here. Really appreciating the chance to return to competition after injury and illness last year. Another very, very strong program.
I'm thinking here. I'm going. This is one of the strongest. And what do we? What group? We have two more groups.
Two more
right?
groups after this.
Two more groups. One of the strongest deep fields of women I've seen in junior for a number of years. Like we've seen some really good ones at the final six, but this far, down. Wow, amazing.
And I sense, I often mention it about the energy in the arena, and you have to assume and hope that Elizabeth de Bern's performance has thus paved the way for the confident performances that have come to follow. And I actually think, although Sophie didn't have as much success on the tech score, Sophie has, I think, the most flow and glide.
There's the triple Lutz, hands above the head, good tight rotation position. See how she straightens that back outside edge on the landing in order to cover the ice a bit better in the double axel. So that was a good adjustment on her part, carry a little bit more flow through that. And as we enter the ice, good speed, backs up over the pick, hands above the head, gets that done under rotated on the landing and edge alert on the takeoff. Another triple Lutz, nicely done. And this triple with good flow in and for the most part out of the jumps. On all of them, as we see here, that little slide move there on the inside edge, really
and
nice.
some great choreography by Angelique Abitschkina. And this program was created last season, but as I mentioned, COVID and illness and injury prevented Sophie from competing. So great that the intensity of the movement is maintained even when the program was created many months ago. The final layback spin, you can see just struggling to find her center. So creative execution for that won't be as high.
And Angelique, the choreographer, of course, an ice dancer for France for a number of years, and she herself and her partner were very innovative, and so now she's bringing that love and passion of coaching and choreographing to a new generation.
And after Anna Gerka's performance last week showcasing that German junior woman is a really good contest this season with some good talent, really good talent.
No, this is enjoyable and exciting. Second week into the Junior Grand Prix, we're seeing this much.
Sophie Erhardt has earned in her free skating 93.50
93.50, that is fifth in the free program. Shrug of the shoulders with a 142.60. That'll put Sophie currently into third place. Really a beautiful skater. A very strong performance here in week number 2 on the Junior Grand Prix.
On the ice, representing the Netherlands, Angel Delebach.
And now to Angel Delebach, born in Dordrecht. And Angel will skate to the fifth element. For a skater who was injured in the summer months and was worried about how that had hampered her preparations, you would never know. Angel Dillebak from the Netherlands skating another clean skate in what is developing into a brilliant women's free skate here.
Yeah, it's really great. Did you see her put her hand to her mouth like, oh my gosh, I just did that. That was awesome. And we've had some great skating in this group. Boy, I'll tell you, it's really, I love the sport. And I love it because of moments like this and what these young athletes are presenting to themselves first and to us as well. Some brilliance, and the sport is in good hands for a number of years to come with all this talent moving up. And we see some very precise choreography off the top of the program, double lutz or triple lutz, double loop. Nice flow on that, and here is some nice flow taking off into the triple flip. Gets it done. And you can see straight jump back. Beautiful camel position, my gosh, and speed is perfectly centered right down in that nice stretch free leg up into like a butterfly into the back leg lift. Just a lot going on there. It looks easy. It's not. Here's the triple lutz a little bit later in the program. That was a little bit of rough on the landing. God, who are being picky.
Got to be when they're also cleanly
so
skated.
good, exactly. The triple loop, she has a wonderful triple loop. And that went up into the double axle, double toe, kind of around the circle. Want to cover a bit more ice there, but absolutely brilliant. And triple salchow a little bit later in the program, and you can see the smile. Yeah, you can see the smile starting to grow as she's near the end of the program.
And just such a great celebration of all the hard work from all of the team involved. And now when a skater has a clean skate, as Angel just has, it then just gives a real clear clarity of where to move forward to. So now there wasn't a triple included. Of course she'll be working on that.
Yeah, and we celebrate a clean skate that might be less technical than some of the other programs. It's not the point. It's that all these skaters are at different stages, and are they coming close to what they're capable of on this day? And what we've seen so far is, yes, a lot of them are. We celebrate that.
And when we see Coach Jorik Hendricks joining Angel in the Kiss and Cry, that suggests, of course, that Angel is likely to train with Luna Hendricks, who's been a start on the senior rankings, and I'm sure that provides a great inspiration, pushing Angel and shaping her expectations of what she can do in the future.
The score is 102.15 for the slow nod of the head there by Angel, and a 151.41, a better nod now, and that puts Angel currently into third place. What a wonderful skater. A good program here. Much more to come from her as it continues to grow and explore what her capabilities are.
The following skaters may now take chairs for their warm-up. From Estonia, Maria.
And so, when so many of the performers have been so brilliant at this stage, we've seen Sophie Erhardt, Angel Dillebak, Elizabeth de Bern, and Venla Sinisalo skate, if not clean, almost virtually clean performances. It does then apply a little bit more pressure to this new group. So there's a little bit of a...
And I don't think this new group will be aware. They're backstage putting their skates on, so they don't really know. It's when you're waiting for your time to skate, you might see the two skaters in front of you. So they may not be aware, which would be a good thing for them. But there'll be a little pressure here.
And sometimes with each... Oh, that was just glorious triple loop from... glorious from Maria Elise Galliver. A new warm-up group can sometimes just offer a blank canvas for the energy in the arena. So other questions that have come in, Ted. Do you think skaters practice their facial expressions in front of a mirror?
That is such a good question, but I'm going to veer off a little bit of that. So when you have great choreography and great skating skills and a really good jumper and all that kind of stuff, what is the last part of the body that makes it magical? And that is the face. And the problem is that you need to have a person who's dedicated to that part only. And that's generally an actor or an actress, understanding the composition which is being put forward, the emotion or the story that's being told by the singer or whatever the case may be. So what facial expression, tilt of the head, do you want at what moment? So that small detail, let alone all the other things that a skater has to do, is very, very difficult to achieve. Now, some people naturally do it, but those that, you might have ice dancers, they know how to do it. You have them help you with that. But I've seen great skaters who just don't quite reach their potential because they either don't regard their facial expression as important, or it's too complicated to do that with everything else they have to do.
And we see perhaps more so in the juniors because the technical requirements are so difficult that there's a disconnect from the performance. But then in the seniors, Diana Stellato-Dudek and Maxime Deschamps last year enlisted the support of an acting coach to exactly that, facilitate better facial expression and storytelling. And then I know of some ice dancers who, in this event, have said, an American dance team their coaches explained that they've used Broadway performers to enhance their performance capabilities as well.
And if you want to be the best at the end of your career, perhaps in Olympic Games, you're going to need that at some point. And earlier on, the better.
And when it comes to the judges, when they give the program component scores, which we will discuss or talk about in the Figure Skating Basics series to be released, the judges have to give a mark based on the presentation. And that presentation component scores demonstration of engagement, commitment and involvement based on understanding the music. So if the skaters first of all have to understand it and then can look committed and involved in it, then they will be rewarded in their score.
Okay, next question.
Next question. A little bit of comedy, I think. What's the well, no, definitely a bit of comedy, but brilliant comedy nonetheless. What is the bigger accomplishment? Landing a quad or keeping that hair perfectly styled through spin?
What if you don't have hair? I mean, you know, like, okay, so doing the quad. I don't know. I'm not sure.
You don't know where to go with that.
Okay, who wrote that? Is that one of our crew?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Oh, that's interesting, actually. How cool to see there the Czech skater. I think it's Jana Horcickova working the difficult blade feature. That's one of the new criteria this year. So as I've not touched on today, the skaters this season in their spins cannot rely on the features they did last year. So what constituted a level 4 spin last year in juniors or seniors is not now worthy of a level 4 this year for many. And so we're seeing them have to perform difficult features, and you could just hear working the blade.
So they're just adding the degree of difficulty so that many skaters are achieving that level 4 while they're making it more difficult to do. Separate the skaters. Okay, what else?
Well, this is an interesting one. If you had to create a new figure skating move, what would it be? And what would it be called?
I like the raspberry thing. When I first heard that, I said, the commentator said, did he say raspberry?
Yeah.
Like, raspberry's my favorite berry. So why is that called the raspberry? But I don't know. What would yours be? Yours would probably be vegetables or bark. Probably pine cones, something like that.
Well, it's interesting because I remember there's a great American coach, Audrey Wisiger, who was coach to Michael Weiss, who twice won a world medal in the men's event, and she was involved in a competition called the Young Artist Showcase, which supported choreography and the pursuit of choreography. And in that process, I remember experimenting and playing with slides and playing with different ideas, and this is like way more than 10 years ago. And I think what's wonderful is that now fashions have changed and skaters are evolving and growing, and we've seen much more of that, and now that's become commonplace. So we're seeing now the single skaters, taking from the dancers and sliding all over. We saw Matthias Lindfor yesterday in the men's free skate showcasing a whole array of different body movement. It's interesting to see what's next and who will be
leading the way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't think my body's ready to do anything new and unique that these young, agile, fabulous skaters.
No. We had to have medical on call for Mark during the basics of skating demonstrations. Of course, I didn't have my skates, and I'm just standing there coaching you, so that'll be fun. We'll release that, I think, next week. Just the basics for the new viewer. It's not for the skating viewer that knows everything. You're going to go, what? Of course I knew that.
Yeah.
It's just for the new viewers, so be aware. You're forewarned.
Yeah. And another great question has come in, which will hopefully be something I can remember to retell during the final
warm-up. You can't remember bringing coffee to Rosa, so how are you going to remember that?
Jeez Louise. So opening the penultimate group, Maria Elise Calluver. She showcased that virtually textbook triple loop in the warm-up, and this is a skater who has such wonderful quality. Can she showcase that consistency that we have seen from others who have been in the previous group? Sly smile from Maria Elise Kaljeberg.
Little eye shift there.
Yeah, still in character almost.
That was absolutely outstanding, and she continues the trend here on day number 3. Wow.
And if there was any debate as to whether or not the continuation of the success of the previous group was going to happen, Maria Elise has absolutely done that. I wonder who that is there supporting her.
Great skates here in Ostrava. Magic.
And I think Coach moved.
And we've always known this young woman has this capability and magic, and it's always been a little mistake here and there, but not on this day. As we take a look at the speed coming, there's the triplets to start the program. Look how tight and straight and strong in the flow and the landing. And I took a lot of transitions here, Mark.
Yes, and I think what we see here as we move into this next group is a greater appreciation of some of the program component scores, the program choreography by Stéphane Lambiel, and you could just see an increased maturity in presentation and composition as we see such a fast, beautiful rotational position.
Great ice coverage. She didn't tight around the corner. She went covered across the ice. This is the only element that had a little bit of slow landings. The back and the hands and the head, we talked about the facial expressions. She had a little bit of that. Oh, it's beautiful. And as we see the triple Salchow, good flow on the landing.
Deep knee.
Yeah.
And changing edge into the back inside counter. That. And then the bent-legged spread eagle, hydroglide transition here. All of this, the way in which the program has been constructed should be reflected in the composition mark from the judges. Here, multi-dimensional.
This is the best fabric of a program that I've seen so far here in Ostrava. Everything is stitched together beautifully and seamlessly. There's the triple flip up into the triple toe loop. That is probably, yeah, it is under rotated. That's okay. It was still brilliant. And the triple loop near the end. Best so far, I think, Mark.
Well, interesting, just looking at the feedback from the judges, this judge is still loving Venla Sinisalo, who's so wonderful, the composition of her, and she leads with 158. Such a closely contested event.
Let's see. Yeah, we have 2 at 158, both Venla and Elizabeth Wibern from Switzerland. So,
but Maria at least has that little buffer extra, but she's looking to move upward, not looking at those behind her.
No, let's take a look at the free program score for Maria Elise Kaljeberg, 110.44. Now that's third in the free program, which for her will be hard to imagine because she didn't see the other two. 159.92, and that puts her currently into first place. But she's wondering, well, wait a minute. With that clean program, how am I third?
It's just pushing the boundary of expectation. But
wow, look how close that is. 159, 158, 158.
Really appreciating this event and how brilliant it is, although it does demand more and more from each of the subsequent competitors left to skate as Noelle Streuli readies herself for her free skate. A skater who has 3 times represented Poland at Junior World Championships with decreasing results. Can she turn the corner now and create her best yet? Well, it's beautiful music that I'm sure would be the framework for a very beautiful program, but unfortunately for Noelle Streuli, in an event of this caliber, that's going to be difficult to stay competitive given the mistakes.
It would be really interesting to know, because she's a really wonderful skater, did she have any sense of what had happened before her? Because there had been so many, now we don't have a big audience, so you're not going to hear them pounding through the floors, but, you know, did you have a sense that, wow, everything's going so well, I need to skate well? Was that a factor? Or was it just, you know, a bit of a tough skate?
Yeah, and she shares coach with Elizabeth de Baron, who had such a brilliant skate, so you would have sensed that positive energy would have continued. Yeah. We don't know whether or not the training has been optimal for Noelle.
And there's the opening triple Lutz with a free leg back to triple toe loop. Pretty well done, not a bad start. So, but once she made one mistake, and here's the triple flip with a free leg, and just sort of turns out of that. So she's struggling a little bit. And there's the triple Salchow, gets that done. And I think I've shown here in the next one, we saw some nice transition as well. And here is the triple loop, and this was the fall. And this started to unravel just slightly. It wasn't really that bad, but the triple flip 2-foot landing, double toe, so there was a struggle.
Yeah, there isn't the same clarity of rotation in any of the landings, so that's why there are so many reviews of the program. 8 of the 11 elements were under review by the technical panel, just assessing how much of the rotation done on the ice for Noelle, and that's having the impact on the technical element score.
Yeah, and you know, Noelle coming off the ice, she knew what she can do, and she knew that was less than what she had hoped or had trained for. So there, you know, that is the source of the disappointment, of course. Still a beautiful skater, lots of potential, but finding that magic switch that turns on a inspired and clean performance is not easy.
Good to see her waving in the kiss and cry, and hopefully thanking all those that have supported her. And a shrug of the shoulders.
Well, the expectations of these athletes, they are perfectionists. And so anything less than that perfect, they're not going to be happy with. That's a blessing and a curse at the same time, right? Depends on how you cope with it.
And Noelle has had so much success. She won the Bavarian Open in Oberstdorf earlier this year. And I think set to peak as the season progresses with the aspiration of pushing towards the top 10. And based on what's happening this season in the junior women's event, we have to assume now that 2 triple triples will be a mandatory expectation for top 10 junior world participation, I suspect or guess. And indeed, will we see anybody, and including triple axels or quads, we'll likely to see one later already in this event from Yujae Kim. We've had one attempt from Gabriella Grinberg earlier in the competition.
Yeah, just anxiously waiting. Now, the technical panel has 4, 5, 6, 7 elements to review, and we can see downgrades, some under rotation, some 2 falls. So, you know, there's a lot of checking for the technical panel to go through to make sure that their assessment is absolutely accurate to the rules and what was delivered on the ice.
And this the point in time where the frustration for the skate is so challenging to accept, because it seems here in Ostrava the organising committee are very keen to ensure that nobody vacates the kiss and cry, no matter how long the delay for scores may be.
And that's good, I like that.
Yeah, it is good. We've seen some skaters eager maybe to escape the glare of the camera really whilst they wait their fate.
It's hard for them to think about being on the other side of the camera where you're watching.
Yeah.
You know, if they did, oh yeah, I guess they want me here, right?
We want to see you.
Yeah, exactly.
And I suppose celebrate, because although this isn't the skate that Noelle and her team are wanting, still, you know, as we make the reference to past seasons, what has been delivered here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 triples in a planned program content.
Yeah.
Still a high bar of expectation.
But on this day, the standard has been very high.
Really?
And so even on a bad day, this would have been a pretty good program, right? But for this competition so far today has been extremely strong. We hope it continues.
Yes. And what it does offer the viewers, and perhaps those that are less familiar with the sport, opportunity to hopefully see will be what will now separate the women. If they are all going for a similar planned program content with 7 triple jumps included, then the speed and ice coverage will be so crucial.
Yep. And the PCs, the connection, the composition, and the performance of that composition, connecting the human judges to, to follow the story, to get engaged. Let's take a look at the scores for the free program for Noelle Streuli from Poland. 88.61. That is 8th in the free program. That's way off this young woman's mark. 141.78. And that'll put her currently overall into 6th place. And it's going to be disappointing for her, but Noelle, you're really a wonderful skater. Keep working. Those perfect programs don't come easily, and they don't come often.
And now the support of the home audience comes for Jana Horcickova. Her training mate and compatriot Katerina Hanusova had a brilliant skate earlier on in the competition. She's currently ranked 8th and skated as well as I think she could. We hope the same now for Jana, skating to Can't Help Falling in Love. Well, what a great advert for the mental strength of Jana Horcickova, because the opening 2 jumping passes, the fall in triple loops and a doubling of the triple loop could have paved the way for a catalogue of further disasters, and yet she really brought this back.
We saw another program like that a little earlier today as well, and Jason Brown talked about it yesterday. The ability to park those left behind. Whatever you've done, you've already done, good and bad, leave it behind and don't pull it forward. And so she had those mistakes, and I was really not sure whether she'd be able to get back on track, but she certainly did.
And a big departure from the short program, the opportunity to show an elegance that I didn't see 2 days ago, showcasing her versatility. But
there's that first fall, and that's not very welcome to a skater to start the program like that. And then when things start going wrong, is what happens in the mind? Do you calm yourself down? Do you think you have key words? How do you turn it around? It started to get better, and those type of landings were much more solid and consistent throughout the program. Look at that triple toe, double toe. That was easy. Right into a nice flying sit spin, side position right off the bat. And that flying change camel spin is a change, a combination spin is level 4 with a plus GOE. So 4 points just for that one element. That's how important the spins are. Triple lots later in the program, on top again. And you can see her. Now she has new energy. You can see her skating faster, right?
And as we see the triple Sako again, just a confidence, and then she was able to deliver in the presentation by increased passionate
joy.
Reaction.
Really joy too, right? So I'm back on track. Watch this.
Jana has done so well towards the latter stages of last season, finishing in the top 20 in the world at World Junior Championships.
Well,
I just hope that wasn't a. I think that was given another fall by
105. 105.89 is her personal best. She's going to fall short of that, but she should have a pretty good score here.
What a shame that little touchdown of the hand is going to be another 1 point mandatory deduction just at the very tail end.
I'm not fully agreeing with that type of, but whatever. Who cares what we think?
I'm with you though. Seems a bit harsh that touchdown is going to get a 1 point deduction. But the rules are the rules.
Free program score 99.63 for Jana. That's 5th in the free program. And a total competition score of 153.21. That will put her currently overall, for the moment, into 4th place. And there we go. Trying to fill that dead air.
And now we move to the first of the Korean competitors, Harin Jang. She landed 6 out of 7 triples in her free skate at the Korean Junior Grand Prix selection competition. But based on what we've seen so far, may need 7 for 7 to stay ahead. Well, as we got to that flying camel combo spin at intention at the end of the program for Harin Jang and the mistake made, I had to take stock of the fact that this is the first international competition for a 13-year-old. And so huge amounts of travel just to get here, a whole different environment of experience, and that an understandable rationale for perhaps why the mistake of concentration at the end happened.
And now sort of faced with your own personal expectations based on environment and new experience and those carried by your country as well. So this is all a new experience and maybe not a pleasant one, because if you haven't competed internationally for your country, you know, it brings all sorts of emotions with it.
And especially,
good and bad.
As we've said before, for members of the Korean team, as we see good quality double axel triple toe with the twizzle after it. Extra pressure from a skating federation where the standard, there's seemingly hundreds of others clipping at your heels.
Yeah, and not intentional pressure like they're putting the pressure on them, but the fact is when your country is competitive with so deep of talent, then if you get out, they want you and you want to deliver.
Yeah.
And it's a type of pressure that is bred by success.
And here as we see choreography sequence, choreography by Yujae Kim. Yujae is just doing such a brilliant job. But I noticed there was a point where Harin Jang appeared to disconnect from the choreography that she had to just ensure that she had enough technical content. Perhaps mindful of the mistakes that were made.
And that was that mistake on the entrance to that spin. That spin will get 0 because you cannot restart the spin. You can restart the spin to fill the time of the music, but if you restart the spin that you missed, you're not going to get the points for it. You have one shot at it. Again, another 13-year-old mark, and you know there's so much learning that goes on, and you can see a little bit of a smile on her face, a smile of desperation, but not. I mean, disappointment, yes, but you have to keep yourself grounded. One program in one event, and oh, by the way, it's your first international, so you know you have to keep things in perspective.
And Coach Pitna Park really trying, I think, very mindful of the desire to make the Korean Skating Federation the best in the world, and so much commitment from all involved.
Absolutely. The free program scores for Harin Jang from the Republic of Korea. 99.27, that is 6th in the free program, and a competition score of 152.86. That will put her, at least for the moment overall, into 5th place.
And now, a skater who competed last week in Riga, Serena Joos, and 18 years old. Serena, one of the elder competitors in this event, but with that brings a real refinement, class, and maturity, and a beautiful skater that she is. Love that finish position with the crown on the head of Serena Joos from Italy, and Ted, it is absolutely remarkable. I'm bringing up here in front of me the planned program content as Manolo cheers her on.
and also Paolo.
Yeah. The planned program content from last week when Serena competed in Riga is completely different to what she's offered today. And so she's obviously really considered the intention to make changes in just 7 days.
In the short, well, you know, sometimes you need a change to feel fresh. And perhaps this helped her here in this performance. We'd have to ask her. Here's a look at the double axel, triple toe loop, and gets that done right off the top of the program. Triple Lutz.
Salvaged
Kind
well.
of, yeah. There's the triple loop a little bit later in the program. Had to work pretty hard to save some of those landings. Her back is really strong, which is really an asset, of course. There's a triple flip. That was better organized in the double axel. You have to have that strong body core, that strong back and abs to save those jumps if they're off.
And Serena really does. I so appreciate the posture that Serena presents. It's very refined, very classy. As we see the back bend within the choreo.
Yeah, right up into the last spin. Great speed on this lay back side position to the back. Keeps it centered. And then up into the Billman. That's in a level 4, of course, with a plus GOE added score of 0.73 for the quality of that last spin as she wears the crown.
All the points for that at the end. The concept there with the crown in the composition, really clear. Oh, nice extension from our coach from the fingertips.
Was that the crown or was it the heart?
No, it was the heart.
Yeah, I know. Let's take a look at the free program scores for Serena Joos from Italy. Season's best of 102.03. That is 5th in the free program. That shows you how good the other skaters were with a 157.44 total competition score.
So close.
And that will put her currently into 4th place. There it is, 159, 158, 158, 157, and 153. Wow, that's tight.
What an event.
So far. More to come as we take a look at the next competitor from the United States.
16-year-old Josephine Lee. The tango that she had, the objection music by Shakira, was a framework for a really great piece of composition. Now, such a departure. She looks so refined and classy as she skates to Sergei Rachmaninoff Piano Concerto No. 2. I love Rachmaninoff, and I thought Josephine Lee from the United States of America delivered a brilliant piece there. And we're back on track now. A clean skate.
That's what I was hoping for too. I was, oh, please keep going here. And that was good. I watched her this morning as I watched the next group coming up on the practice sessions. And if she doesn't get that pop off the ice, then those jumps really, it's hard for her to pull out. But today she had good lift off the takeoffs, and some were a little squeaky, but she got through them all in a relatively pretty clean program.
And here, the triple loop. No question marks. Sometimes a question mark on the rotation. Not so there. Maybe on the loops, though.
Yeah, that's under-rotated in the system. And the flip had a good lift, no problem. Triple flip, double toe. Triple sock out, no problem with that. Beautiful extension on that landing.
And so perfect with the music.
And there's that loop, lifts nicely off that back outside edge into the double toe loop. So she was on top of her game here. There's a triple flip, a little bit of a tight landing there on the quarter, actually. And there's split jump. The knee slides right into the layback spin, level 4, of course, at the end of the program. Out of all the elements, just 2 in the minus GOEs. Everything else is positive. So adding scores to most of her elements.
I think she didn't get the change of edge feature in the flying camel combo spin. A couple of levels dropped there. But Ted, I'm going to make a comment that might make you laugh, but we've had comments on the International Skating Union social media about crystals. A lot of interest in the costumes. And I think Josephine, who is dressed without a single crystal, looks incredibly classy.
So she's the crystal queen?
She's completely lacking crystals, but she looks as elegant and refined as any.
Well done. It was a little confusing for me. I'm old. Okay, let's take a look at the score. 108.89, that is 4th in the free program. And she's probably won 4th. I thought that was pretty good. 166.54 because so many skaters had skated well. But for the moment, that puts Josephine Lee into first place. 6 skaters to come, and whoa, the practice session that I saw earlier today, it was so exciting. I hope they have a great skate because they're all great skaters, great competitors and performers, and you will really enjoy that as Mark scrambles to get the list for the video replay. Okay, go, video playback.
And during this ice free surface, you can hear the sound of the reversing Zamboni ready to clean the ice, but Donovan Carrillo's Tracing the Path documentary series, followed by an insight into the World Ice Skating Day, an initiative by the International Skating Union, which has been so successful, and then finally to the backstage fun from last year's Junior Grand Prix in Bangkok.
Enjoy. We'll be back with the final group.
The first years of my sports career in figure skating, I started in Mexico when I was 8 years old. In 2023, during the summer, I have the opportunity to move to Canada and to grow as an athlete. Hello everyone, I'm Donovan Carrillo, Mexican figure skater. This morning I picked some eggs and tomato with potatoes.
So the schedule for today, so after breakfast we have a practice at 11:40, and then after that we'll probably just do like a quick cool down at the rink and Donovan can stretch.
I came downstairs to have breakfast, but I forgot my key inside my room. This happens very often, honestly. It's like a routine, basically. Hi again, can you help me with one room key? I forgot mine inside.
I'm usually, honestly, when we travel together to competitions, I sometimes feel like the parent organizing him and keeping him on track, keeping him organized. He likes to lose stuff all the time and forget things, lose his hotel keys. That's very, very standard for him.
At Four Continents in Shanghai, I had 7 keys. 7 room keys, because I always have to ask for another one. So now it's just time to wait for the coach to come downstairs, meet us, and then go to the rink. The first few years of my skating in Mexico were challenging. It was always finding the way to make things work, even when the environment was not ideal. I had to skate with public session every day, and the ice conditions were not that great.
My first thoughts when I first was in contact with Donovan about being his head coach, there was a lot of mixed feelings. It was very exciting because we both knew what a great athlete he is and how much potential he has in the sport, but we also knew that he had an ankle surgery and it was not going to be simple.
Last year, I went to one of the hardest points in my sports career. I did a surgery on my right ankle, and this was tough. I was so afraid of surgery. I avoided to do it for so many years. When I first had the surgery, it was, of course, hard. Skating, it's a routine in my life. It was something that I do more than probably sleep. My training and my life is built for skating. And when I didn't have that, it was like, what do I do with my life now? I'm just grateful now for being here, competing at world level, and achieving more than I could never imagine.
This week I got to meet Donovan's family, his mom, dad, and oldest sister. They don't really speak a lot of English. I speak zero Spanish, so it's a little bit complicated. It was really special for me. I feel like in some ways when Donovan moved to Toronto, I almost took on the parental role. I think every coach aspires to have, that meaningful connections.
Muy feliz, muy contento, orgulloso del desempeño que tiene y lo más importante, que sigue amando a su nación, a México. Gracias, Jonathan. Gracias, Donovan.
It was very special. I felt just such a huge sense of gratitude and respect and happiness from them.
It's been a long process, but I think everything settled down when it counted the most.
I'm just so incredibly proud of you. I think what we've achieved together is incredible. I think coming back from a surgery for any athlete is almost impossible.
For young skaters in my country, sometimes we're just afraid of trying, and I want to invite you to try. And I'm pretty sure that many people are lost and they don't find their passions because they don't try. And I want to invite you to try. It doesn't matter. Just have fun and give it a chance.
Happy World Ice Skating Day, everyone!
following skaters may not take the ice for the warm-up. From Slovakia, Alisa Linyova.
Welcome back to the women's free program here in Ostrava, the final group. We've had some great skating, Mark, so far.
It really has been a fantastic event, and as I went to the skaters' lounge just to grab a drink, it was interesting to just connect with some of the others.
Coffee, that is, coffee.
Yeah, coffee. Just to see the reaction from some of those watching and just the acknowledgement that yes, indeed, the standard here is big. Look at that as an example of improved skating skill there. I think that Alisa Linyova just showcasing flow and glide that should push her components higher than anybody else should she show that throughout the duration of her 3.5 minutes. Really so impressed, and we've talked this week upon the success of the Slovakian skating with the emergence of this brilliant young skater Alisa Linyova and obviously Adam Hagara and even some other skaters in both the pairs and the dance. So as we head towards this final group of women, the last event will be the ice dance, free dance, and again gratitude as we tail towards the last part of the competition in Ostrava. Grateful for all of the questions posed to us. We would appreciate hearing from you. Also, those of you that have been enjoying the live stream this weekend, maybe where indeed you are watching it from.
Scrolling rather quickly there.
Indeed, any other further questions as I look just back to see some of the answers to the post on social media from the International Skating Union regarding some highlights from yesterday, and some others not just commenting about Patrick Blackwell, who won the silver medal, but also acknowledging the backflip that he had as part of his choreographic sequence, and that now, for those of you that aren't as familiar, that now allowed without a deduction. Previously it was a prerequisite that the skater would have a deduction should they include a backflip, and it's so rarely done, but last year Adam Xiaohim-Fa, the French skating star in the senior men's category, chose to include it in his program despite the deduction it would incur, and that's forced the IOC's hands to make it a
I think now in this day and age, okay, they can easily put an element in that doesn't get any value. If you wish to use it as a choreographic move, no problem. But they were so rule restrictions for so many years that, well, what are we going to do with that? No, let's not put it in, or it's more acrobatic. Well, if it is acrobatic, let it be part of the choreography. You don't need to give it a value. It has a small value within the choreography, right? So,
and interesting that Patrick Blackwell, who I mentioned, the American 16-year-old who did perform the backflip as part of his choreographic sequence yesterday, did secure a really big boost on the grade of execution in his choreo sequence. So choreo sequence has 3 points for all the competitors in the junior men and junior women, but he added almost a 1.5 points on the grade of execution because he did his so brilliantly.
Yeah, and you know, that was near the end of the program too, which I found really surprising, that the most difficult / risky / dangerous move that far down the program. But he certainly did a great job. He had bags of energy throughout that program because it was so good and so clean. When you skate well, you find new energy. It just gives you adrenaline. And when you don't, as Jason Brown talked about, you start to get maybe a little bit down and you're losing energy because you're picking yourself up off the ice, chasing to get back onto the music. So you're using far more energy than the program had been planned for. So when you have a clean skate like he did, wow. You have lots of energy left for that backflip at the end of the program.
It's interesting, you can't account for joy and elation, and when you see a skater skating cleanly, it just seems to ignite a whole new level of energy.
The same thing for us, even commenting. So, you know, when you've got this great competition that's going on, and it sort of fuels your, you know, your interest and your passion for it all, and we've had a great day so far.
Yeah, we really have. And it was interesting, and I keep referencing Patrick, but following the medal ceremony yesterday for the junior men, we were chatting to Patrick's mum, who doubles up as his coach, and it was a fascinating discussion with her because I was asking her, you know, how nervous must you have been, how, you know, scary and daunting must it be, because Patrick hasn't, I don't even think he's been at US Nationals
he's not,
because he's been injured. And so this was a huge occasion for her as a coach and as a parent. And she said, well, she recognized that part of her was out there, her son, part of her her was out there on the ice. She said she recognized that he would be able to pick up on her energy, and she had to force herself to stay calm and recognize that in doing so it would impact on Patrick.
It's the one thing knowing your coach and reading that. It's another thing when it's your coach and your mom. So there is nothing that she can do that he won't read.
Yeah. And pick up on.
Yeah.
Just scanning the list, and pretty sure there aren't any parents doubling up as coaches in this final group of 6 women competing, but there's no doubt that the parents, guardians, friends and family will be watching. Let us know your thoughts. Let's hear from the parents and the friends and the family. How nerve-wracking is it?
That's a really, really good question. If those parents watching here that have their kids in the competition, and those who might next week in Bangkok and Ankara, Turkey, let us know where you're watching your children from and what your feelings are, what your emotions are.
Well, it's interesting. Leilah Patten, the British representative in this event, her dad Ollie had messaged me just checking in saying thanks for supporting her. But I said, oh, it must have been nerve-wracking. He said, thank you. It's nerve-wracking whether watching from up close as well as from afar.
Yeah.
So true.
Here we go, the final group. They had a great practice session earlier today. They were all outstanding, but it's the moment right now that they need their finest skate on this stage.
So Alisa Linyova will open this final group. The race by yellow, the soundtrack for her free skate, no surprise given the costume is such a departure from the short that she used 2 days ago. Alisa Linyova, the Slovakian skater, who I was so impressed with, both from a skating skills perspective regarding the flow and the glide, and potentially the jump quality. Just an event which has been filled with clean skates. This will be tricky for Alisa to stay competitive in.
Yeah, lots of energy throughout this program, and she jumps very well. Needs to just be a little bit more firm in the air, and the timing was off a little bit. It's a big pressure moment. Final 6 skaters. So we take a look at that. Lots of good speed going in, good flow into the triple toe loop. Little itchy on the landing of that. There's the triple loop, and that took the fall. And that right off the bat would be set her down a little bit, like, okay, what am I going to do? But she comes back with a beautiful triple salchow. Very talented skater, but still only just 13 years old. It's just remarkable.
Yeah. And look at the elevate and the amount of ice covers between that 3-jump combo as we see the triple flip. Great knees and ankles. And as we see this hydroglide as part of the choreo sequence, not perhaps a piece of music that would have thought natural for the skater, but you can see the commitment to even to the A on her costume and the alley on the back of the costume, and perhaps that part of the rationale that we've discussed with skaters, with coaches that are mindful of the need to push the skater beyond their comfort zone in their long-term athlete development plan.
Exactly, and they're giving them different genres and different concepts to broaden their ability to perform to different moods or stories or whatever. And so sometimes you pick something that may not suit them the best in an effort to try to get them to open up a little bit more. So could be.
And there, as she's joined by part of her coaching team, Polina Shiboderova, we see the monkey again, the ventriloquist that we saw 2 days ago. Interesting, Alisa will train alongside Elina Gaidina, the Estonian who was so brilliant last week in Riga. So confirmation that great training, great quality being produced by Polina and Sergei.
Working the... I wonder if she sings as well. That's hilarious. Okay, the scores are 101.68. That is 7th in the free program, and that just tells you how good the other skaters have been so far. 160.97 for Alicia, and that'll put her overall into 2nd place. There are 5 skaters to come. And Josephine Lee moves up 1 spot. She was the final skater in the group just prior to this.
On the ice, representing Hungary, Polina
And now to the Hungarian Polina Zumaniazova, 5th after this short program. Has a personal best of 109 points, only needs 106 to maintain her lead at this stage.
She'll need 105.35 to take over first place. We'll watch from afar. There we go. Everything's back. Yujae Kim from Korea finishing her free program here in Ostrava, landing the triple axel at the top of the program. Takes a fall on the loop a little bit later. We'll see what that does to the score. As Mark re-enters the room, having watched the program live ringside.
Well, it was incredibly exciting to see ringside, and so interesting to hear from her choreographer as well to the boat as we see this triple axel.
Nice and clean in the system, and that is 9.33 points for that one element to start the program. And the triple flip a little bit later, and here's the triple Lutz, third jumping pass, reload, triple toe, lifting a little bit higher.
Well, as we look at some of the further jumping passes, this obviously was the better of the triple loops. But Misha G, the choreographer, had said that it was a big challenge to go this direction. And before I had seen this program, I had
I'd agreed with the choreographer in assuming it might not be optimal because although the triple axel is quite brilliant, usually doesn't necessarily have the most clean of skating styles, and yet I've just watched it, and the transformation in her maturity, which was their focus, was so brilliantly evident.
You know, it'd be interesting to see the scores. Her personal best 129. She's not going to probably reach that. She was 16th at Junior Worlds, but she has the capability to be much higher than that, of course, as we witnessed today, minus that one mistake. There's the triple loop at the end of the program, takes that fall. I could hear the coach.
Oh my goodness, it was brilliant. It was utterly not hilarious, but just brilliant to hear the coach and the energy of the coach supporting her student. And as we see the Ina Bauer right in front of the judges, just for me, the acknowledgement into the way in which she's held her hands and her arms. The free leg extension isn't balletic in the way Swan Lake dictates, but the top line, I think, is vastly improved. See, that arm line has had attention to detail. But her coach was brilliant. It made me more excited hearing her excitement.
She's now chuckling, but before she was yelling. Well, not yelling at her, but she was, you know, encouraging her.
She was living that performance.
Yeah.
I so enjoy Hyung Kung Chue's energy.
Pre-program score for Yujae Kim, 117.59. That is first in the free program, at least so far. The total competition score, 178.79, as Yujae Kim takes over the lead with 3 skaters to come. Will it be enough to move her onto the podium? Well, that will be determined by our next competitor.
And now to Stefania Gladki. And she will skate to the Moulin Rouge musical. Oh, what drama at the end for Stefania Gladki, who could break a drought for the French Skating Federation for the junior women at a Junior Grand Prix. It's been 19 years since a French woman won a medal on the Junior Grand Prix.
And I watched the practice session today, and I thought she's just brilliant, but was maybe a little bit slower in her performance than the other women that we will see or have seen so far, but not on this night. The only thing is that maybe the elements don't carry as much flow, but the rest of the program was brilliant. It was delightful. Wow.
And what I so appreciated was after the final jumping past the triple flip double toe with that brilliant Nicole Kidman music, she elevated her energy so excitingly. And also the triple Lutz triple toe, which we might see, that was perfectly pitched on this great soundtrack.
Yeah, those triple combinations, the Lutz toe, the flip toe near the end of the program, risky, but will hopefully pay off. And really, out of 11 elements, only 3 are under review.
Yeah, and there was that triple Lutz triple toe. And a second triple Lutz, and both of the Lutzes placed late in the program. Such a bold, big combo to give the triple Lutz Euler triple salto so late.
Blades were all the way around. There was no reason to even take a look at that. You could see the blade completely backwards. So a 115.19 is her personal best, and she might very well beat that right now.
And we're referencing as Svetlana, her coach, joins her in the kiss and cry. Just, what a great event it has been. But the women thus far showcasing, it was no fluke that they have found themselves in this top group after the short program.
Yeah. And finally that big smile.
And that, that's when we come to appreciate 14-year-old. A 14-year-old is a superhuman athlete.
Yeah.
And a great performer, great skater, but still a 14-year-old is a teddy bear in the kiss and cry.
And there's 2 levels of enjoyment for her. Well, 3. 1 is the skate of the program. 2 is sitting in the kiss and cry, knowing you've skated as best you can.
Yes.
And 3 is yet to come are the scores. Let's see what her reaction is.
She's just gone a little bit more serious when they've announced.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go. Free program score. 121.16. There's the smile. That is first. And what does that mean? She's going to grab a medal. 182.61. And Stefania Gladki of France takes a medal here, the first in 19 years for a French woman.
Yay.
Yes, absolutely. Meanwhile, the coach is calm.
Cool, calm, and collected.
And maybe she's put a little pressure on the next 2 skaters. We'll see.
And there is a different level of expectation for this next skater, Rena Uezono. She's previously won Junior Grand Prix. She comes here as the Junior World Bronze medalist. She may only be 14, but she has a musical sensitivity and expression which defies her years. And today she will skate to Rachmaninoff.
Wow. That
Challenging.
was unexpected.
Yes, Rena Uezono just struggling here with this performance. And she comes in with such great preparation. Her coach and choreographer Mihoko Higuchi ensures that everything is ready as early as April to give them the most optimal time to prepare for these events. And it's such a mature choreography and composition, but just
It's a beautiful program. She's a wonderful skater. She had 2 mistakes here, which is unusual for the Japanese skaters in the Junior Grand Prix. We don't often see mistakes, maybe on the triple axel or something, but not on, what do we have here, the triple flip. And she opens the program nicely with that triple flip double toe, but here was the problem right there. Just too big of a lean and couldn't hold the edge. And here is the triple Lutz. Look pretty good. Gets the free leg back in time. Squeezes up into the triple toe loop, so back on track. Maybe just one mistake. She might be okay, but there was a little bit later on that Lutz, which is a downgrade 2 foot and another fall. So that was really costly and probably takes her out of the silver medal or out of medal contention. We'll see. I don't know. The quality of her program is pretty strong, so we'll see what happens.
But it's interesting, we did see in practice some fragility with the triple-triple combination. The Lutz wasn't 100% comfortable in the practice session, certainly that I saw. And it's a shame because this is where, well, it's not a shame, it's a fact. This is where the sport is governed, understandably, by the technical element score to some degree. Because to me, the composition and the comprehension behind the composition was quite brilliant. But
yeah,
the 2 falls make it impossible to stay
absolutely
on the podium.
Yeah, that's the rules. 112.90. That is 3rd in the free program. I thought that might be the case with a 177.31. That'll put Rena Curtin into 3rd with 1 skater to come. She might not be on the podium. And right now, the French skater is in 1st. Guaranteed a silver medal for Stefania Gladki. Will it be gold? Well, it's all up to this young woman right here.
Kaoruko Wada was quite sensational in this short program, showcasing such quality in skating skill, in creative execution quality jumps, and spins the best of the event in any of the disciplines. Kaoruko Wada, undoubtedly the strongest skater in the event.
Yeah.
And that said, while she may have been strongest skater in this competition, she had to deliver.
Oh, she had to be. She had to skate clean, or at least maybe with a small mistake, because the pressure was on by Stefania Gladki of France, and she delivered. Wow, the best performance of the day, that's for sure.
And just amazing. She's inspired by Mao Asada. Her family moved to Osu in Nagoya 4 years ago, where Mao's home rink is located, taking lessons from Yamada, Mao's former coach, and certainly following in the footsteps. But she'd struggled at the Gensen Summer Cup in the free skate, so I wasn't sure, as we see that gorgeous double axel, whether or not she could.
Like Kaori Sakamoto. Speed of that. Just beautiful technique. Flew through the air and carried great speed on all the landings. Look at that triple loop. It's just beautiful. Picture perfect. Beautiful. Ina Bauer as well. You can see the transitions between the elements, and as most Japanese skaters have, is constant and consistent flow throughout the program. They never look like they're working too hard. They keep the momentum and the glide and make it look effortless. And there's the triple salto double axel near the end of the program. And it doesn't even look like she had any nerves.
No. And as I say, in that event in the summer, she was third in the short program out of the 110 junior women in Japan at the competition, but dropped to she was 12th in the free skate, as we see that increase of speed into the sensational Bioman spin. So I wasn't sure if she could come back from that, but
well, she did.
Absolutely.
A beautiful performance, and you can see she's quite reserved. You didn't see a lot of emotion at the end of the program. If I would have skated like that, I'd still be jumping on the ice, you know?
Well, one of my friends has explained that in Japan she's acknowledged that expression is her weakness.
Oh, I see. 126.93. There we see a smile. That's, of course, first by quite a bit in the free program with a 194.14 as Kaoruko Wada of Japan takes the title here in Ostrava. And the French skater Stefania Gladki in second, and Yujae Kim from Korea in third. Rena Uezono fell off the podium position into fourth. That was great.
Yeah, a really exciting and fantastic event. And now Wada takes 15 points with the win here, and we'll see her again in Gdansk as she vies to compete at the Junior Grand Prix final in December in Grenoble.
As we take a look at the standings in the women's event, we have one more to come, the free dance coming up in just a little bit, as we take a look at the rest of the field. Well, that concludes our coverage of the women's free program. Up next, the free dance on the final day of coverage here in Ostrava. Stay with us. We will be back.